Good morning, everyone. I am really pleased to welcome both the speakers and the audience to the Historical Clothing and Textiles in Northern and Eastern Europe conference. And we have 2 exciting days ahead of us with 22 presentations covering various aspects of textile history from the Bronze Age to the 21st century. Our speakers represent 12 different countries, bringing very diverse perspectives to our discussions. For several years, I have envisioned organizing an international conference focused on Northern and Eastern Europe. And now, with the support of our international team of organizers, we have finally made it a reality. We hope to make this an annual event, or at the very least, one that takes place every 2 years, to advance research on historical clothing and textiles in Northern and Eastern Europe, while creating a strong platform for exchanging research ideas and experiences. To further foster a sense of community among historical textile researchers and our audience, we encourage everyone to keep their cameras on throughout the conference. This conference is held as a section of the 83rd International Scientific Conference of the University of Latvia. The university is also providing us with technical assistance and hosting the conference via Zoom. Additionally, our conference is being live streamed on the Facebook page of the Institute of Latvian History, and the recording will remain there. Okay, so our schedule allows 20 minutes per presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions. You can ask questions by raising your hand, writing in the chat, or commenting under the Facebook live stream. We will do our best to track all questions and, if time permits, forward them to the speakers. If you have more extensive feedback or would like to continue discussions, we can revisit them at the end of each day after all the presentations. We will notify speakers when they have 3 minutes remaining, and that's what we will say, 3 minutes or something like that. And again, when their time is up. Please try to respect the time limit, as our schedule is very tight. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Jane Malcolm Davis from Uppsala University, who will present on methodological approaches to studying historical textiles. Her presentation is titled Crafting Reconstructions, a methodological innovation in historical clothing and textile research. So please, Jane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I've never been to Latvia before, so I'm very happy to be here virtually, and I hope one day that I will be able to visit in person, especially if you are planning to maybe do this in person as well as live streamed in the future. I'm very happy also to see lots of people who I know in the community we have today, and I'm sure there are lots of people who I'm going to get to know too. So as mentioned, I'm going to talk about methodology in historical clothing and textile research, which is something that I have become more interested in as I have moved through my research career. I think I shall just launch into my presentation and hope for questions and comments about it at the end. So as you can see here, I've just summarised the different types of sources that we have available to us when we are researching historical dress, textile and
Excuse
fashion.
me, are you sharing a presentation?
Yeah.
Oh,
hang on.
I'm the only one who doesn't see it.
Can someone give me an idea whether they can see my screen or not?
Okay, we cannot see it, so...
Oh, give me a minute then. Let me see if I've got some setting that hasn't clicked into view. Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
It was telling me that I was sharing it. So
Now we can see it.
Okay, that's very strange because it's telling me I'm not sharing it. Oh, well,
Keep keep not sharing it, please.
I'm continuing the tradition of technical challenges now.
That's
Okay, so
okay.
as I say, I will launch into this straight away, and I realise we're already behind schedule, so I'll try and be a little bit quicker than I was planning. So here now you can see on my screen a summary of the range of sources, the variety of material we have to work with when we are researching dress, textile, and fashion. Um, Even though we can agree on what our sources are, we actually lack agreed formal methodologies for doing the research we do. And what I would like to propose in this presentation is a draft operational model for how we triangulate the data we have and how we can work with it to further our knowledge of dress, textiles, and fashion. So this is a handy model that we've been using at the Tudor Tailor for a good few years. Whenever we build a research project, we ask ourselves, what's the pad? What's the foundation on which our research stands? And that pad is made up of the pictorial evidence, the archaeological or the artifactual material, and the documentary clues that we have for a particular garment or type of textile. And that, as I say, we refer to as the pad. Between those various sources are the gaps in our knowledge. And Elizabeth Wayland Barber has said, not only in this particular presentation in 2005, but subsequently and in publications, that the justifiable speculation which occurs should be based on a triangulation of sources. So I'm going to propose in this presentation that we look at reconstruction of historical dress and textiles as a way of triangulating sources in a credible way and then attempting to fill in the gaps in our knowledge. This paper by Hilary Davidson is a particularly pertinent one. In it, she talks about the tradition of experimental archaeology and how we as historians should consider adopting a similar approach, experimental history. But she says that experimental history or reconstruction of dress and textiles, although it's taken place over the decades, largely researchers, curators, and conservators who've engaged in hands-on experimental remaking of historical dress have largely done so on an ad hoc basis. So this is my attempt to provide a more formal structure for this kind of approach to dress and textile research. It's important that we identify the variables that come out of the data we collect from the three types of sources we deal with. One of the other things that I would like to propose is that we somehow create a robust two-way exchange between the people who are working in fashion, textiles, and dress history and those who have craft expertise. There are challenges in making this relationship happen because, as some of you will have heard me say before, craft expertise largely lives outside of the academic disciplines in which most historians work. We have to reach out beyond the universities. We have to reach out beyond our silos in which we're used to working to find the people with the craft expertise that help us do reconstructions of historic dress in a scholarly and systematic fashion. So here on the screen is a particular brief case study I'm going to share, which shows craft positioned at the centre of the pad. The example I'm using here is a 16th century coif cap, which I needed to reconstruct for a publication. And it's a useful example because the craft of knitting in particular is not well represented in academic circles, except at rare places such as the University of Tartu in Estonia, where knitting is very well established in the Folklore Institute there. So what I'm hoping to persuade all of you to consider is how you might put craft at the centre of any research that you do. And one way to make that feasible and practical is to adopt reconstruction. The craft expertise is what is essential to a good reconstruction project. I've added the words savoir-faire here because I think it's such a good expression for capturing both knowledge and know-how, which are essential to a good reconstruction project. There's a much longer version of what I'm talking about here in this article I published in Heritage Science called Structuring Reconstructions. And I would further suggest that doing this kind of reconstruction provides us a systematic way. I can hear myself talking.
Yes, Rudolph,
what's happening?
Take off the sound, please.
Thank you. That was a bit of a bizarre experience. I thought I was speaking twice. That was very weird. So the systematic reconstruction of textiles and dress, I believe, is a mechanism by which the skills of making may be meaningfully integrated into fashion, dress and textile history. I've developed the SMART model for reconstruction, which is based on Doran's project management model, that any well-managed project should have specific goals. It should have measurable variables. There should be attainable and assignable tasks. It should have relevant and realistic resources, and it should be carried out to an appropriate timely schedule. I'm not going to go into the detail of every single one of these stages, but I'm going to suggest that you might like to consider it if reconstruction is something that you find appropriate for your research in whatever era or type of clothing or textiles you are researching at present. The specific purpose in this case, I believe, is to draw up a suitable hypothesis that the reconstruction can test. That there should be two types of measurement. One is the data collected from the reconstruction process, and the other is the evaluation of the project after it's completed. It's important to decide who does what in terms of the different levels and types of expertise required, and I'll speak a little more about that in a moment. And it's important to identify and triangulate the data from the three different sources I've mentioned, and of course, create a schedule with appropriate deadlines in order that a reconstruction project can be a scientific and scholarly investigation. So the different methodologies, just to outline them, that you might bring together to do a reconstruction project will be the need to identify evidence appropriately from pictorial evidence, which is one whole set of skills. The actual investigation of an object, an extant piece of evidence, is another set of skills. And looking at documentary evidence requires another set of historical skills. And a reconstruction can help focus those three different types of expertise. But as I've mentioned, craft needs to be more deliberately shoehorned into the process because it doesn't usually exist within an academic discipline. One of the great benefits of a reconstruction is recalibrating a sense of time. We often consider how long it took people in the past to do particular tasks. And although we today, even those who are expert at tangible craft processes, they are not necessarily able to undertake these crafts as people did in the past. Another benefit of reconstruction is that it interjects a sensory understanding of textiles, which Susanna Harris has talked about in an archaeological context. I'm going to cough now, so I'm going to turn my microphone off for a moment. Excuse me. So I'm just going to use these red caps as a little case study to show how pictorial sources can give us information about how they were worn. The artifactual evidence that exists can give us all kinds of useful measurement information about the materials from which they were made, the dimensions of the actual objects when they were made. And in knitting, one of the most important things to know is the gauge and the thread diameter. At the microscopic level, we can look at the fibre diameter in order to understand the materials required. And I've done a project with Paula Nabesh in Lisbon to look at red dyes that were used in a selection of knitted caps, which I've studied. And here you can see 4 different examples. We found three different red dyes in these caps, which was really exciting because I thought they were all going to be madder. So that led me to think about what evidence there is in documentary sources for red caps. And I have to say that even in the database of 57,000 garments that we have at the Tudor Tailor, caps are very rarely described by colour, and if they are, they're usually white. So that was not the most useful source, but there is documentary evidence of how caps were dyed. This comes from Bruges in the 15th century. And here you can see a reconstruction of a red cap based on the triangulation of data, including dyeing instructions from the Plictho, the 16th century dyeing manual published in Italy in 1548. So this boy's knitted cap led me from the dye analysis that I did with my colleague in Lisbon on to considering how I could experiment with the 3 different dyes we had identified. And here are the laboratory experiments that we did at the European Textile Forum in 2023. One of the big challenges to reconstruction is the fact that craft traditions are dying, even though UNESCO considered that intangible cultural heritage should be protected in 2003. We are still losing many of the craft traditions that we need to be able to do credible reconstructions of historic dress and textiles. This is just a quick series of pictures to show a case study of someone who's doing her best to rekindle or at least preserve bowed felt hat making. There's almost nobody left in the world who knows how to do this. And Rachel Frost has been travelling the world to meet with elderly hat makers who have in the past used bows to make felt hats. As you can see here, the Heritage Crafts Council has categorised it as a critically endangered craft, and it's one of many crafts that we need in order to reconstruct in a credible way. So why do we want to reconstruct? Well, here's a whole selection of reasons why reconstructing is a useful research exercise. Personally, I find it useful in order to investigate the materials and how the materials behave. But a lot of projects concentrate on the tacit knowledge required to make a garment, or how a garment functioned, or indeed its effectiveness. And these are the sorts of purposes which produce a hypothesis for such a research project. There are various ways of recruiting craft expertise, and I've had experience of using citizen scientists to do fulling experiments for one of the research projects that I did. This, of course, provides a large number of people and a very great range of expertise, sometimes people with extraordinary skills, and then also people who are hobbyists who are just interested in being part of the research. It's very important that appropriate variables are identified. And again, Elizabeth Wayland Barber has suggested that patient exploration of all the alternatives will serve science better here than mere enthusiasm to produce something tangible. I like to use a mapping sentence in order to record all the variables that are possible within a research project. And this is one I'm involved with at the London Museum, working with Beatrice Beelan. I'm going to give you a blow up of one particular part of the mapping sentence, which shows the sorts of variables that we wanted to investigate. How was it knitted? The method, flat, round, or a mixture of the two? Was it hand knitted, frame or machine knitted? Was it knitted in a workshop or at home? And then what was the location in which it was knitted? That's just one set of variables that we identified when we set out on doing this project, which involved the reconstruction of just one sleeve. This is a simplified version of the matrix of variables from Crystal Brandenburg's project in Leiden to reconstruct these 17th century knitted silk stockings. She identified a selection of threads. She had a team of knitters who used each of the threads, and she identified potential needle sizes. And so she was able to create a very strict framework of outcomes in order to see which of the threads, which of the needles, and indeed which of the knitters was able to come closest to the gauge of the originals.
We have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. So the variables and the compromises in any reconstruction project are under these headings. And I think it's important that these should be recorded as part of the project. The constructional details, the dimensions of the textile, the kinds of choices that are being made, because modern materials are rarely that close to the originals. How fabrics are finished. I mentioned that I had done a fulling project in the past. And then how are the garments or textiles embellished? This is a knitted cap which was reconstructed to go on display so that visitors to an exhibition would be able to imagine what this archaeological fragment looked like originally. So I started with by mentioning that archaeologists have been doing experimental archaeology for some time. Here's an example of an archaeology project which was done some time ago. But interestingly, the reconstruction project to try to create the blouse that's being depicted here in the saffron gatherer's picture was undertaken by Abby Lilithan, who is a fashion designer. And I would argue that her constructional expertise was what led her to produce a very rigorous set of variables and outcomes. No fewer than 8 reconstructions were made before she figured out how she thinks that particular garment was made and could be used for the physical movement depicted in the fresco. So I'm going to conclude by reiterating the SMART model for reconstruction, which you can see here on the screen. I think timetables are critically important, especially since we are frequently interested in the time things take. Something that we're working on here at Uppsala is the concept of material literacy and how we gain expertise in understanding historical or archaeological textiles when we examine them. And I thought I would mention it here because it's another skill which potentially we need to develop in our community of historians. This is a model by Dreyfus which shows the, if you like, the staircase that you need to climb in order to become an expert with appropriate material literacy for reconstruction work.
Time is up.
Thank you very much. And this is indeed my bibliography.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
So thank you very much for this opportunity to present.
So thank you so much, Jane. This is so inspiring. Like I want to go and do my crafts straight away. Okay, and we have some excited comments here in the chat, and probably someone who would like to ask a question. I guess we can have a couple of questions as well. So has anyone anything to say and to add? And I would also like to say that I have been engaged with a huge reconstruction project for the past years of a whole costume from the 19th century. And indeed, the first reconstruction is just when you learn. So then after that, you say, okay, this could be done differently and this could be done differently. And unfortunately, we have the budget only for one reconstruction. But that's the reality, of course, yes. Okay, so any more questions? Okay, maybe we can then go on to the next speaker because we are lagging behind the schedule and therefore thank you very much, Jane, again. And I would like to ask our second speaker today, Maria Elena Bertoli from University of Glasgow School of Humanities. And she's going to talk about textile economies in transition from plant fibers to wool in Bronze Age, Northern Italy. New evidence from previously unpublished textiles. There
Thank
you
you
go.
for the introduction. I hope you can see it.
Yes, we can.
And also, if I change the slide, you can see it changes.
Yes, yes.
Great. Okay, so I will start. Thank you. So
Try to speak a little bit louder.
yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here today and for accepting my presentation. So I will start giving you a brief overview of textiles in Northern Italy in prehistory. So the first evidences come from the 5th, 4th millennium BCE, when we have mainly loom weights and spindle whorls that are an indirect evidence of textile activities. And the first textiles come from this site, La Marmotta in central Italy, which is a lake. And we will see that lakes are very important for us because they guarantee an optimal preservation. So in La Marmotta were found a lot of textiles that were published recently. So even though the excavation was done in the early 20th century, and we have 4 linen textile fragments, 29 fragments of cordage, and 49 basketries remains. So for northern Italy, we have Palu di Livenza, which is a site in Friuli region, where although it is a lake, so in theory, textiles should have been preserved. We don't have textiles, but we have textile tools. So again, an indirect evidence of textile production. The first fabric from northern Italy comes from Lagozza di Besnate in the Lombardy region. It's not properly a textile, it's a fabric. So it's a weft twine structure made of 3 bast. Then we have the very famous Ozzi from Copper Age, so a whole garment preserved thanks to the high altitude climate. And again, known woven garments, but only animal skins and twined fabrics. The first textiles come from the northern Italy, the area of the lakes, again for the preservation. So we have Bande di Cavriana, that I will present now shortly, which was unpublished and is still unpublished, but I had the opportunity to study, so it's a linen textile. Then we have Lucone di Polpenazzo del Garda and Molina di Ledro around Lake Garda and Lake Ledro. So again, humid alkaline environments that guarantee an optimal preservation of flax, but not of wool. And in fact, the first wool and textile comes from Castione dei Marchesi, which is a site in northern Italy dated to the Middle Bronze Age. So Bronze Age is probably the best period for preservation of textiles in terms of prehistoric northern Italy. So I will start with Bande di Cavriana. So as I said, this site is around a lake, Lake Garda. So the preservation of organic material was great. And the textile was found during the excavations conducted in 1974 by a group of volunteers. So unfortunately, the excavation was not conducted stratigraphically, so we don't know exactly where the textile comes from. So this is the eternal problem of historic finds for which we don't have actually a good stratigraphic record, but still these textiles are very important, so we try to do the best with what we have. So based on the other material found in the site, the textile can be dated to the early Bronze Age too, because it was found under a dugout like this, very close to a pottery sherd like this one, which can be dated to the early Bronze Age too. So we had indeed a good chronology for the textile. As you can see from my picture, the textile was preserved under 2 sheets of glass, as they used to do in the 20th century. So I couldn't open the glass because that would have been very dangerous. So I could only study the textile with dynolite microscope, but I couldn't sample. So this is a problem with those textiles that are preserved under glass. Of course, they preserve really well, but at the same time, we cannot study them because we cannot open the glass and we cannot sample. So for example, SEM analysis or radiocarbon dating was not possible. But in any case, it's interesting that this textile in the end is very similar to the other textiles from Bronze Age Northern Italy. So this confirms that for sure this textile is from the Bronze Age. And I was able with dynolite to do the thread count and measure the warp and weft threads diameter, not more, but it's something. Then we have a very famous site, Lucone di Polpenazzi del Garda. So the site was studied since the 1960s, and there are 5 different areas of the site, but only 2 were excavated, so Lucone A and Lucone D. Lucone A is dated to the early Middle Bronze Age, Lucone D to the early Bronze Age. So we are very close to Lake Garda, so again, optimal preservation of organic material. In the site of Lucone A, 6 textile fragments and 24 small twining and cords were found in 1969 and were published in 1999 and 2003. And the textile found in Lucone D are still unpublished because the site is currently under excavation. So we have basketry remains, cords, ropes, and textiles. One of these textiles was published in 2020 and by Margherita Gleba and Marco Baioni. And it's an S2 spliced yarn. So again, flax, because as we said, in these alkaline environments, flax is the fiber that preserves. So we have 10 to 12 threads per centimeter, is a balanced tabby, and it was sampled before going to restoration, and it was studied with SEM, and the SEM confirmed it is indeed flax. This textile is really important because it has a finishing border and a starting border. This is extremely rare. We only have 2 starting borders preserved in Bronze Age Northern Italy. Usually the fragments are really small and unfortunately they don't preserve borders, but in this case we have actually a starting border woven in half basket weave. It's about 10 threads wide and has 24 weft threads per centimeter. And another fragment of the same textile has 4 dwarf threads twisted and tied together, so fringes. And this is another textile found in the site. This is still unpublished. Again, linen, again a tabby. And the textile was sampled and studied with SEM, so to confirm it is flax. Lucone A, so these textiles, as I said, were published. They are all made of flax, and some of them preserve these finishing borders, very similar to Lucone D, so the other area of the same site. So again, the finishing borders are made of 4 warp threads twisted and tied together, and in this case, they are exiting an half basket thread. Okay, then another very important site, Molina di Ledro, near Lake Ledro in Trentino. So this site was discovered in 1929 when the lake basin was lowered to conduct some renovation to the electricity plant. In this moment, the pile dwelling emerged. So the excavation started in 1937 and the site was excavated until 1980. The most important excavation was the one from 1937 because almost 300 textile fragments were found. So this is an exceptional amount of textiles for Bronze Age. The textiles are currently preserved partially in Trento and partially actually in Padua. This was a surprise because the textiles that were found in 1937 were published in 2003, and we have almost, as I said, 300 textiles, so 83 textile fragments, a fragment of twine, 2 balls of thread, yarn fragments, cordage fragments, and also loom weights and spindle whorls. But at this point in 2003, we thought that everything was published and studied. And among this corpus, there are 2 finds that are exceptional because there are woven garments, they are fully preserved. So we have a band and so-called scarf, so another kind of sash. And all the textiles are made of flax, but this narrow band has a woolen thread that you can see in the SEM, identified as wool. And this is the earliest evidence of wool for Bronze Age Northern Italy. And this woolen thread was used for sewing a buttonhole onto the belt. Again, we have the finishing border with these fringes. But there was a surprise because for the reopening of this museum in Padua, Museum of Nature and Humankind of the University of Padua, there was a surprise. So boxes of textiles from Molina di Ledro were rediscovered a couple of years ago. These textiles are all unpublished and they have never been studied before because they were in some way forgotten. So I had the chance to have a look with Dynolite to sample as well for SEM, and also the samples will go for radiocarbon dating because these textiles, since they were forgotten, they were not restored. So we don't have the use of consolidants, which is really good for, we hope, get a good chronology. And so we have in total more or less 9 textile fragments, balls of thread, ropes, and one of the textiles is this one, again a balanced tabby, so 10 to 12 threads per centimeter. It was, as I said, sampled, it's flax. This is not surprising because we know that flax preserves well in these environments. But what was surprising is that this textile has a starting and a finishing border. So this is the second example of a starting border for Bronze Age Northern Italy with the one from Lucone. So again, we have this half basket wrap weave as a starting border, and for a finishing border, we have these fringes. So 4 threads twisted and tied together, forming fringes at the end. Another textile is this one from Valle delle Paiole. Unfortunately, the excavation was an emergency one, so it's not properly a stratigraphic excavation, which means we don't have a clear chronology, but still we can say this is a textile from Bronze Age because it was found in a pile dwelling. And what is interesting is that actually this is wool and free bast. So again, one of the other earliest examples of the use of wool for textile production. The first woolen textile, though, as I said, is from the Middle Bronze Age. From this site, Castione dei Marchesi, we are near Parma, so more south, but still in northern Italy. And the excavation is really old. It was done in the 19th century. So we know they found this fragment of textile in what they call the lowest levels of the pile dwelling, which of course is not helpful for chronology, but we can say Middle Bronze Age based on the other objects found in those lower levels of the pile dwelling. Which is interesting is that this kind of sites are called terra mare, so they are not in lakes, so it's not properly a humid environment, but probably the lowest levels of this terra mare, this structure, this wooden structure, were not completely dry because a lot of organic material was dumped. So it created a sort of humid environment, but it's artificial, so it's not. And so in a way, it's surprising that a woolen textile does not come from a proper humid environment, but from let's say, anthropic environment. But still, we have this fragment, which was published many times. Also, Margarita Gleba conducted a study on the textile with SEM, and she made a study of the fleece. So we can say that this wool is characterized by very thick hair and very fine underwool. This is typical of sheep in prehistoric times. So we can say that probably the quality of this wool was similar to soy sheep, to modern soy sheep. And another thing that is actually interesting, and I need to look more into that, is that the thread is plied. So it's a double Z2S. So maybe because the fibers were really short of this prehistoric sheep, I need to still look into that, but it's interesting that it's plied. So this is the only evidence we have of wool for now. We hope that radiocarbon dating will help for the textile of Molina di Ledro because there are traces of wool. It seems that in the early Bronze Age in Molina di Ledro, they were using wool, adding it to linen textiles, while the first proper textile made of wool is the one from Castione dei Marchesi from the Middle Bronze Age. So it seems in the early Bronze Age they were starting to use wool and starting to learn how to process it, and then in the following phases of the Bronze Age they were much more confident. So I would say that the early Middle Bronze Age textiles from pile dwellings and terra mare are very extraordinary contexts because they are humid alkaline environments and preserve plant fibers in a very unique way. However, in these environments, wool does not preserve. So for sure, we need to look into other evidence like textile tools or let's say textile tools to see if there are other ways, also these archaeological records, to see if there are other ways to prove that they were using wool, even though it does not preserve. So to date, the earliest traces of wool were found in Molina di Ledro. Another evidence is Valle delle Paiole, but the first woolen textile is the one from Castione dei Marchesi. We can say that this wool represents the quality of Bronze Age wool with very fine underwool and very thick hair. In terms of weave and yarn characteristics, the linen textiles from Bronze Age Northern Italy show great uniformity. So all tabbies, we don't have twill yet. It will appear in the Iron Age. So some of those are balanced tabbies, some are just tabbies, but still this is the only weave attested. All the textiles are woven using an S2-ply spliced yarn. The number of warp threads per centimeter ranges between a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 18. The warp threads diameters vary between 0.3 and 0.8 millimeters. The weft threads diameter vary between 0.3 and 0.7 millimeters. We also need to bear in mind that some of these textiles are burned, are charred. So, of course, the measurements are made on carbonized textiles. And there is a difference from these measurements to the actual ones. So
You
again,
have 3 more minutes.
We should do more tests also for that. We should try to do, I will reconnect to what James said. We should do some reconstructions and burn them and see also how much they shrink. Because of course, we are not looking at the actual measurements. So this is something we always need to bear in mind. So we should try to do some burning experiments at different temperatures and see what happens to the textile. So we can say that the two most exceptional sites are Lucone and Molina di Ledro. because they preserve two textiles that have starting borders and finishing borders. Even though we have only two starting borders, it's still important because we can say that they are both wrap starting borders. They vary in the sequence in which the warp threads enter the ground weave, but these half basket wrap starting borders find very good comparisons in Switzerland in the Neolithic, so very close to us in the end. The finishing borders are also really similar and are generally made of fringes. We can also note that the one from Lucone D is very similar to the one found in Lucone A and the unpublished one from Molina di Ledro, but there is no half basket finish. So in a way, the one from Lucone D, which is dated to the early Bronze Age, seems less complicated than the ones from Lucone A and Molina, so early Middle Bronze Age. So we can kind of see an evolution. And yeah, the chronologically earliest fabric from Lucone D is in a way less elaborate. So overall, the surviving textiles from the pile dwelling sites in northern Italy document the existence of a well-developed textile technology among the Bronze Age settlements. And I hope with radiocarbon dating and more study also on the tools, referring to functional analysis mainly, that we can actually have a better understanding of the level of complexity of textile production in these sites. And with this, I will finish and I will thank all the people who helped me so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Your excitement is infectious. Yes, thank you. We have a question from Jennifer Beamer here, and it's regarding the textiles with the starting borders. And the question is about the yarn, the weft yarn. So do we have only plied weft in the borders or not?
Yes. So only simple selvages so far. We'll see if we find something else in the future. But yes, for now, yes.
And also a comment regarding that what can be very helpful is studying the twist of the degree of the twist of the yarns. You can see it in the comments as well. Maybe they can be helpful, to you.
And then I see a question from Georgia. Okay, this is a very good question. So there is a site that is included in my PhD, but I didn't present today because there are no textiles preserved, unfortunately. But more than 5,000 spindle whorls were found in this site, Montale, near Modena. So for this site, they suspect not, let's say, house production, but like a more specialized production, because of course 5,000 spindle whorls are a lot. But for my sites, for the ones I presented today, I think we can suspect a home production, so that they were producing textiles for their own needs. But again, I will look more into that in the following months of my PhD, and I hope I will give you more information soon.
Yeah, thank you. I have one more question, just out of curiosity. You mentioned that in the site called Valle della Paola, there is a tree bust that is used for making yarn. Do you have any more information about that or not yet?
So it was unfortunately heavily consolidated. So I tried to see in the SEM, but as I know all of you who had experience with consolidated textiles, it's impossible to see. But we will try to make it clean by professionals, of course, and try to remove the consolidant and see if it's possible to see better which kind also of free bust they may have used. Yeah. So for now, it's just impossible to see. We'll see. Thank you.
All right, thank you. as we have run out of time and we should proceed, I guess that we say thank you to Maria and we go on to the next speaker, who is Alexandra Makin from the Manchester Metropolitan University, and she is going to speak about a project that is exploring the senses, connections, and power of textiles in the early medieval North Atlantic. So please, Alexandra, the floor is yours. We had Alexandra present here before, didn't we?
Yes, I'm here.
You're here, yes.
Yeah, my university computer's playing up this morning, so I'm just trying to share my it's not happy. 1 minute.
Take your time. It's okay.
Thank you. There, can you see?
Yes, but we can see it you should probably put it on full screen.
It should be coming through on full screen now.
I think we see it on presenter mode because you can see your notes.
Oh, right. I don't know how to stop that. How do I stop that? Oh.
You choose slideshow and then start from first slide.
That's what I did. 1 minute. Let's just get rid of that like that.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Your notes are hidden now.
They're still there.
No, we can't see your notes anymore. So
Excellent. Right. Okay. So sorry about that. That always happens to me. But before I start, I'd just like to say thank you for organising this this conference, and I'm really excited about the fact that it's going to be either annually or biannually afterwards. So that's brilliant. And also thank you for accepting my paper, because I know I sent my abstract in at the very last moment. You were all very kind about it. So to start, this presentation isn't complete, and by this I mean that it doesn't have all the answers. The project I'm sharing with you is in its early stages, having been started in November 2024, when I started at my new post at Manchester Metropolitan University. And as with all new posts, the project has spent the last 3 months jostling for position with inductions, training, meeting new colleagues, and developing an understanding of my new workplace and working life. However, I'm really excited about it, and what I saw when I saw the call for this conference, I felt that it was a good and friendly arena in which to start spreading the word and discussing what has happened so far. So this presentation is therefore an opener that explains what the project is and what it aims to do. So entangled textiles, senses, connections, power in early medieval North Atlantic will investigate the metaphorical and sensory meanings with which women imbued textiles they not only made but curated, and the power that they gained and wielded from this practice. In early medieval literature, objects of power such as swords were gifted and passed down the male line. These objects had to be given to the right person, the one who would use the object for good, and only this right person could wield the object. If the wrong person gained control and used the object, only mistakes and calamity resulted. These objects, particularly swords, gained mystic status within their early medieval worlds and were often kept in circulation for generations, if not hundreds of years. So Entangled Textiles argues that textiles were the female equivalent of heirloom swords, giving women a softer sensory-based power within a largely masculine world. And at this point, I think I need to explain what I mean by power. It's not necessarily what we would imagine power being today, or what people in charge of countries might consider power to be. It's more, in the early medieval world, people viewed the world very differently, and it wasn't just humans and animals and plants. There were also unseen forces and unseen creatures, and the world, the landscape, formed part of this holistic, all-encompassing place that they lived in. And so the idea of power within this context is the fact that women were using it to protect, to look after their extended household or their village, or that extra familiar context in which they were living. And they were using textiles to repel possibly not people or animals that could be seen, but elements and entities that were invisible to us in the ordinary sense of the word. So it's this kind of power that I want you to keep in mind. So, as most of us here know, textiles were one of the most important forms of early medieval material culture due to their intrinsic costs and production time. They have been traditionally studied for functionality, technical properties, and production methods, which included women as the main producers up to about 1100 CE. Recently, textile object biographies have been considered, while the last few years have seen the analysis of fabric through sensory archaeology, placing them in their wider social context. Meanwhile, radiocarbon dating is beginning to show that early medieval textiles can be hundreds of years old when they're taken out of circulation. But this data has only really been used to compare the age of the fabric and that of the find context. And this is something that Entangled Textiles wants to change and develop. Now, I'm aware that not everyone here focuses their work on the early medieval period, or what early medievalists called the North Atlantic Zone. So I thought it would be a good idea to outline these so that you can visualize them more clearly.
Excuse me,
Hi.
Are you trying to show your slides? But we see only the first one.
Oh, I've moved on a couple. Right, so you're on the first one still.
You can point at the sidebar to the slide you want to show us.
Because we are not only just seeing the first one, we're seeing your presentation mode and not the slideshow. So we can see the left bar, which we really shouldn't be.
Oh, no, I can't see that on mine at all.
Oh.
Right, let's escape this. No, so, right, let's...
Now we can see.
We can see the map now.
Oh, this is what happened before. Right, so I'm now seeing my the sidebar and everything. Okay, right. Are you on the slide where it says defining the period and geographical area?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Keep it like that.
I will keep it like that. I just want to skip back a slide there because there's gorgeous pictures on the other slide. So there's the other slide with the gorgeous pictures. And now we're back to defining the period. Okay, right. So the early medieval period in Britain starts at 450 CE, when the Romans had left and the Britons had invited Germanic tribes, known popularly as Anglo-Saxons, to help defend them against incursions from the Picts of Scotland and the Scotti of Ireland. While most early medievalists see the closing of the period as 1066, when the Normans conquered and took over England, for me, because I study early medieval embroidery a lot of the time, the period generally ends in 1100 because then I include the Bear Tapestry. But also, William the Conqueror has died, his son William II is king, and all vestiges of Anglo-Saxon culture have been quashed, quite brutally actually. Beyond Britain, these timeframes fluctuated. For example, in Scandinavia, where the Romans didn't penetrate, The Iron Age continues through to the start of the Viking era in 800 CE. But while keeping this in mind, the period incorporated into the project generally works between the years of 450 and 1066, but it doesn't mind stepping out of these boundaries if the evidence suggests that it should. So the North Atlantic zone, or regions, generally cover a geographical area stretching from Greenland in the west to Scandinavia in the east and down to northern France. But for this project, this area has been stretched to include the lands of the Rus further east because of their link to the Scandinavian Vikings and this material culture. Most of the project will focus on Northern Europe, but it will dip down into southern territories, North Africa, Byzantium, and through to Asia and China as it follows the routes the textiles and fibres took from production or harvesting through to their final place of deposition. However, this is caveated because all of it is dependent on what the research brings to light. Okay, has the slide moved on?
Yes.
Brilliant. So how did the project come about? Well, the idea actually seeped into my consciousness while I was working as a postdoctoral researcher on the Arts and Humanities Research Council funded Unwrapping the Galloway Hoard project, which was run by National Museums of Scotland and University of Glasgow. The hoard consists of numerous objects buried in 3 distinct groups, one of which is contained within a silver-gilt vessel. This lidded vessel was and still is wrapped in 2 textiles, a linen one next to the metal, which is the paler one in the photo, and a wool fabric outermost, which is the darker one. As part of the project, samples of wool were sent for radiocarbon dating, and the results were intriguing. The hoard was buried in around 900 CE in the county of Dumfries and Galloway in modern-day Scotland. But at the time of the hoard's deposition, this area was part of early medieval Northumbria. So that means it was part of what we would call early medieval England. However, the wool fabric dates to around 100 years before the hoard was buried. And as these things do with me, the difference in dates began to cogitate away and mull away in my head. And one of the reasons for this was that it brought to mind another wool textile, a possible apron strap, discovered in a female burial in Iceland. This too had been radiocarbon dated, and it too dated to approximately 100 years before the burial. The woman on which the textile was found was buried in the later 10th century, while the fabric dates to between 765 and 897 CE. As both these textiles and dates swished around my head, I began to wonder why this was happening, why these 2 textiles had been in circulation so long, if it was more prevalent than just these 2 examples, and the common links to females that were beginning to appear. So let me explain the female aspect a little more. While the link in the Icelandic burial is obvious, it's not immediately clear for the Galloway hoard. But one of my colleagues on the Unwrapping the Galloway Hoard project, Dr. Mary Davis, discovered that a large number of the objects contained within the vessel are associated with the female gender, and they are heirlooms within themselves. So as a result of the evidence, I began to wonder if there was more going on than simply taking old wool textiles out of circulation. And after all, these were heirloom objects with their own biographies, which could have been imbued with power that was passed down generations. And so the project was born. So what is the project hoping to achieve, will achieve? It will demonstrate that women within early medieval societies of the North Atlantic region were able to wield their own soft power, and that this was often, if not always, done through textiles. Just as heirloom swords were named, had life stories, were imbued with both positive and negative values, and had power attributed to them, meaning that they could only be given to worthy custodians, and those who used them incorrectly were punished. So I'm arguing some special textiles were used by women. Now, I know this could come across as a radical idea, and as I mentioned earlier, to date, textiles have been studied for their technical data, which is interpreted for production and use, and they have been studied as clothing and occasionally as soft furnishings or wrappers. This is for textiles from the early medieval period. The idea that these objects could have been circulating for hundreds of years, gaining power, incorporating metaphorical ideas, complex and more nuanced biographies and meanings, passed down generations, is something new. And for me, this is really very exciting. It also opens a window to a soft sensory power that was wielded within what is normally considered a violent and masculine world. It is also unique because the story takes place during a time and across an area inhabited by multicultural societies that were evolving, taking on emerging ideas and material cultures to create new identities, crossing from the prehistorical classical worlds to the medieval. It also probes and draws out the stories of people not normally heard, women, ordinary women, developing a more rounded, nuanced understanding of them in their world, how they thought about, understood and controlled their world from their own perspective. To me, this is really exciting. It's hearing their voices from a different perspective. And you might be able to tell I'm getting a bit about it. So how is the project going to achieve this? Well, it's going to be grounded in 3 theoretical approaches. This is the woman who, when she started a PhD, was like, no, not theory. And I'm now swamped in theory. Firstly, object biography theory, which, as I'm sure you know, draws out the lives or biographies of objects. This is the idea that objects can go through multiple lives or create multiple biographies as they are made, used, repurposed, reused, recycled, deposited, and then rediscovered, to name but a few. But this is not just about the textiles. It's also about the connections and engagements these textiles have with people, especially early medieval women. So the second approach is entanglement theory. And this is the idea that humans and things, and here the word things incorporates objects, environments, and the world more generally, become entwined and interdependent, merging for a while before moving on, always resulting in change. And finally, of course, is sensory archaeology. This will form the grounding for the proposed experimental work and will give insights, hopefully unprecedented insights, into how the textiles and their properties were viewed and incorporated into their many worlds. And I was also interested to hear that Jane likes to use recreation and experimental work to understand how properties and materials work when they're being used. And that's very much the same with this and for my work. So that's really nice to know. Okay, so what's happening now? Well, here's my Gantt chart telling me and the people at work what I should be doing when. And I like to be organised. And of course, things never slip, famous last words. But at the moment, you can see that I'm undertaking what could be called background research. But for this project, I feel that this is more upfront because it involves going back through published research, what we call grey data, original sources, looking at them in a different light in order to read or view, in the case of artwork, between the lines, to draw out hints and clues regarding women curating textiles and imbuing them with life, stories, power. It's about going through scientific data to see if other pieces have been radiocarbon dated or have undergone other forms of analyses that point to them being used in these ways. And it's about looking to see if specific types of textile were used and if it can be ascertained as to why. From this, research visits to see relevant pieces will be undertaken. And obviously, this keeping in mind that it's not always possible to see everything you want to.
You have 3 more minutes.
Thank you. Once technical data has been collected or corroborated with the published information, experimental pieces will be commissioned. And during this part of the project, it's not only going to be my lovely weaver who will be joining me on the project, but I'm going to be drawing in students from across MMU. And you never know, I may be able to turn them to our textile side of the world. This will lead on to experimental sensory work, where it's hoped that unusual properties or aspects of the textiles will be revealed. And again, this is going to be drawing in people from MMU and across the Greater Manchester area in order to gain a wider understanding from different cultures. However, there's been an unexpected tangent. So at Christmas, I received a Christmas card from an old friend. This isn't exactly the message that was inside it, but it kind of gives you the idea of what it was. It's a similar tone. And it did get me thinking. I've been simply using the word curate, thinking I knew what it meant and that everyone else would, but it really isn't the case. And I'm not thinking about curate as in a museum context. I'm thinking about something that women were doing to keep the textiles in their care alive, to keep them active and resonating with metaphorical meanings they imbued them with. But what does that mean in archaeological terms? What do archaeologists believe or understand curate and curation to mean? Well, that turns out to be an interesting question because it appears there is no consensus or deep understanding. Archaeologists have worries about terms like heirlooms and relic, the last especially outside of religious settings or discourse. They often include the word curate, sometimes in italics, but never explain what they mean or why they put it in italics in the first place. So instead, they move swiftly on to argue what they mean by the term heirloom and why this is being used rather than, say, artifact or residual material. So while I continue to read about ideas behind heirlooms or anachronistic objects, I've decided that I will be mashing together the Oxford English Dictionary's explanations for the word curate. And while the dictionary has quite two very specific terms definitions, I think it's quite reasonable to take them in their broadest terms, and by doing so, incorporating things that women and men have always done with and to textile objects they deem precious in some way. So therefore, I disagree with my friend. I believe early medieval women did curate textiles, and so yes, I will be disproving that statement. And two final things. If you know or you think you know of surviving textiles, original sources, or anything else that you think might help with this project, please let me know via my email address, which you can see here. And equally, I'd love to hear from you if you just want to talk about early medieval textiles or embroidery. And I'll be posting updates of the project, not only via the usual academic channels, but also via my YouTube and Instagram accounts, which I hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. That was excellent. Yes, I think that we can hope to see you in our future conferences, at least for the next 2 years. because of the scope and because of well, thank you very much. We still have time for a question or two. If somebody has a question, please think of what you could ask for. And if we don't, we could also move forward because we are a little bit behind the schedule as we had these technical problems in the very beginning. Does anyone have a question?
I have just a comment about radiocarbon dating textiles. Alexandra, I think we should have a conversation about some of the research I've been doing where I've tried to look at the various pre-treatments that are used, which may or may not cast doubt on some of the dating of these later textiles using that method.
Yeah, brilliant. That would be great, Jane. Can I contact you via your university?
You can indeed.
Brilliant. I'll email you in the next couple of weeks and we'll get chatting.
Excellent. This is what conferences are for. All right. So, thank you very much again. And we then are moving forward to our last speaker of this session, who is our colleague from Hungary, Florian. Florian Harangi and Attila Turk represent Hungarian National Museum and National Institute of Archaeology, and their presentation is about remains of a 13th century headgear from the archaeological site of a very difficult name, Zenteskayan Temetohalo, grave 33, and its context and its connection to Southeastern European connections. Yes, so please, Florian. If you could put it on full screen, then it would be.
Yes, I try.
Okay, okay. Don't worry.
Does it work?
Yes, it does.
Oh, great.
Yes,
So,
it does.
in our paper, we present a 13th century textile fragment with metal threads from Hungary, which was found in Szentes Kaján temetőhalom site in a churchyard type cemetery. Szentes Kaján temetőhalom archaeological site is in the southeastern part of Hungary. The first excavations on the site led by Gábor Csallány in 1930s. The site was rediscovered in 1997 during archaeological topographical work in the Szentes area based on large quantities of medieval brick and carved limestone fragments and human bone material scattered around the remains of the church. Hundreds of graves have been disturbed and destroyed by regular agricultural work in the area since 1950s. The plowed field to the west of the site yielded a large quantity of 11th 13th century pottery, which identifies the extent of the former village site. It's a deserted village. The remains of the church foundations were excavated in two consecutive years in 2000 and 2001. During the two seasons, 72 graves were discovered in the churchyard. No graves were found under the church, but the radiocarbon dating of charcoal from the foundation confirmed the temporal parallelism of the two phenomena. Finds of the churchyard dated mainly to the 11th to 12th century. Only a small part of the finds can be dated to the 13th century, like a corpus fragment with Limoges enamel. The high status of the burials is also confirmed by temple rings with ash-shaped end made of golden wire. Grave number 33 of the churchyard was the grave of an adult female. Near her skull with the metal threaded textile remains and with a ring in his hands. The grave was located stratigraphically in the 13th century part of the cemetery. A sample of the skeleton was radiocarbon dated which indicates that the grave can be dated with a high degree of certainty to the end of the middle of the 13th century. The microregion was significantly affected by the Mongol invasion, and life did not continue in the settlement after this historical event. According the field description of the grave on the right side of the skull, in line with the height of the skull cap, at the bottom of the grave pit lay a narrow textile strip. The threads of these are wrapped with gilded silver. Our observations suggest that this object is not a ribbon made with card weaving, but it's part of a larger costume element. So it was a part of the headwear. These textile fragments are woven on a wider loom because the gilded silver threads are the weft of the textile. To interpret these textile remains, we need to examine the costume culture of the period in detail. The Hungarian conquerors arrived at the Carpathian Basin at the end of the 9th century with a costume culture that was unique in Central Europe. But this changed rapidly during the 10th and 11th century. Previous studies have shown that the dominance of a pure gold thread in the 10th and 11th century, the use of gilded silver thread became more widespread from the 12th century onwards. A relatively small number of textile made with metal threads are known from the Hungarian kingdom. The 11th century textiles woven or embroidered with gold are associated with the most noble classes of the secular and ecclesiastical aristocracy. We can think here of the gold thread embroidery on the Székesfehérvár vestments made during the reign of Stephen I, so Saint Stephen, which survive as the coronation mantle of Hungarian kings, or we could speak the gold thread decoration on the casula from the late 11th century, known as the robe of Saint Ladislaus, preserved in Croatia, in Zagreb. And we can speak a tiny fragment of gold thread textile from the grave of Astrik, the Archbishop of Kalocsa. From the 12th century onwards, the use of gilded silver threads become increasingly common. The textiles woven them are already known from various contexts, like the tomb of Queen Anne of Antioch, but these finds are known only in the burials associated with the ruling family. We can find these in graves of so-called central sites like Esztergom too. In these sites, the textiles with metal threads could be used for the hem of clothes or small pouches made from these textiles. a textile fragment with gilded silver threads known from the treasure from the Abavivar castle, which was hidden during the Mongol invasion, together with a large quantity of various silver coins and jewelry, like pendants with Bulgarian Byzantine origin. Maria Wolf identified this textile remain as a wimplet type headdress fragment based on Western European artistic and iconographic parallels. Examples of metal threaded textile remains of headwear known from the late Arpadian period village churchyards too. Some graves at Bócsa, Kerekegyháza, Orosháza, Gellértegyháza, and Baracs apátszállás contained headgears with metal threads. These were burials of adult females in every case. In the 11th to 13th century Hungarian kingdom, metal threaded textiles were used as most case hem of the garments or part of the headwear. Mostly found in the central part of the country, in the so-called Medium Regni. This is the seat of the king, and in the centers of power structure. In contrast, their concentration in the southern part of the country is related to the influence of the trade routes along the river Danube, Tisa, and the Maros rivers. Parallels of metal thread, the costume remains were also widespread in Eastern Europe. Central Europe used mostly card woven ribbons with metal threads like this find from Stary Brzeg, Poland, and graves from the Kievan Rus. Well-preserved women's caps have also been found in Villach, Judendorf, Austria. In all cases, these headwears structurally very different, like the find from Szentes. But in the burial material of the Second Bulgarian Tsardom, or Second Bulgarian Empire, we can find the closer parallels of this headwear woven with gilded silver threads. These finds known from Veliko Tarnovo and Drastar and so on. Presumably, the find from Szentes Kajan were similar, like these. Perhaps the former mentioned find from Abavivar can be classified among these finds. Too, this is confirmed by the fact that it was found together with earrings of Balkan origin. To sum up, we can say that according to the archaeological evidence, metal threaded textiles were known in the representation of both the secular and the ecclesiastical elite of the 11th to 13th century Hungarian kingdom. It's important to note that the communities in whose graves we can find these textiles had outstanding economic potential, as the golden temple rings with S-shaped ends show. These are often found in the same cemeteries. The Balkan connections are also strengthened by the fact that these finds are located along trade routes coming from this direction and missing from the northern and western part of the country. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Florian. You've been very fast. Yes. All right. So we probably have more time for questions. And I was also looking at these reconstructions from the Bulgarian sites and the photograph from the Hungarian, and it looks like a crown to me. Like here in the Baltics, it's quite
Yeah,
widespread. Yeah.
yeah,
Do you feel
it's
it's
like
something
that.
like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Probably some more questions from the audience or comments. All right. So if not, we are more than 5 minutes ahead of our schedule, which is unbelievable because of the technical problems in the very beginning. So I guess we now can thank all the presenters of the first session. And in case we have ideas for further discussion, like for example, about what Jane proposed or other topics, we can come back to that in the very end of this day. But now we can take a little break, and we are coming back at 12 o'clock. And then my colleague Annette Carlsson is going to be the chair of the next session. So until that, we have a break, and we will be happy to see you back here at 12 o'clock.
From Italy.
So today we start now our conference, the second session with the first speaker in this part, with Valeria Di Clemente from University of Catania, with presentation, status, closing, political power, and kenning, the so-called Drottinger Noter. Please, Valeria.
Well, thank you. I have no presentation, so you'll have to follow my voice.
Okay.
It's better, I think. So, the Icelandic annals give little information about Margaret of Scotland, who was the first wife of Eirikur II, or Norway, King Eirikur II. Only information about her descendants, the date of her marriage, and of her death. However, in the Flateyjar Adnaul and in the Lugman Aular, in the entries respectively for the years 1281 and 1283, we can find an additional piece of information which is very interesting because the Flateyjar Adnaud goes as follows for the year 1281. Queen Margaret had donated her mantle to the Church of Hólar in Iceland, and Bishop Jörundur had a cape made from it, which is called the Queen's Gift. Whereas the Lögbanna Adnalar, for the year 1283. Death of Queen Margaret, she had donated her own mantle to the Church of Hólar, and Bishop Jörundur had a cape made from it, which has since been called the Queen's Gift. Well, the context of both annals makes it clear that the donor was Queen Margaret, the recipient of the gift was Jörundur Thorsteinsson, Bishop of Hólar in Iceland, from the year 1267 to 1313. However, this piece of information, as far as I know, is not reported elsewhere. This statement could not be proven exactly, but This piece of information, however, can provide or provides valuable insight into the historical and social cultural events of Norway in the early 1280s. For instance, we know that King Eirik II had a very heated enmity towards the Norwegian bishops. Indeed, he was known as the priest hater. And this piece of information contained in the Icelandic annals could give a hint about a more relaxed relationship with the Icelandic Church. However, I have found in an interesting passage at the beginning of the Laurentius saga, so in the Biskupasögur, a passage relating to the early 1280s. And in this passage, it is said, Queen Margaret does not appear in this passage, but there is a narrative about, it is underlined here that King Eirik must go to the sea and his ships find no favorable winds. So the Icelandic Gudmundur invites the king to ask for a grace from Saint Jón Ögmundarson, the first bishop of Hólar, offering him your best robes of rich stuff. Once the grace is obtained and the robes are sent to Hólar, the community of the Diocese of Hólar receive these precious gifts, which are made or remade into dalmatics, into ecclesiastical robes. So I have found that there are interesting parallels between the narrative of the Laurentius saga and the Icelandic annals. There is a donor. In the saga, it is King Eiríkur. In the annals, it is his queen, Margaret. The recipient is the Diocese of Hólar, the Church of Hólar at Hólar. The reason for this donation is explicited in the saga, so it is in order to obtain a grace from Saint Jón, but the annals give no information about the reason of this donation. The gifts, the presents are robes, in general, rich robes, precious robes. In the annals, it is a mantle, a mantle of the queen, belonging to the queen, and both the robes and the mantle are reworked. The robes are remade into dalmatics, and the mantle is reworked into a cape. So from secular garments to ecclesiastical garments. And by whom? So this remaking, this reworking is made by whom? In the saga, it is not said precisely who reworks or remakes these garments, but in the annals it is said that the mantle, the queen's mantle, is remade into a cape on Bishop Jörundur's order. So there are indeed interesting parts. So, from the testimonies of these sources, we cannot be sure of the historical liability or verisimilitude of this piece of information, but we can hypothesize that the fact may be true, or at least possible. The piece of information provided by the annals could indeed allude to Margaret of Scotland's activity as a representative of the Norwegian royal family, as a mediator also in the relationship between the Icelandic Church and the Norwegian crown. And this is a truly interesting detail if we consider that Margaret, who was a young foreigner in Norway, was Queen of Norway for circa a year and a half. She married King Eirikur in the summer of 1281 and died in April 1283. So, and let's go to the Queen's gift. So the mantle, which is remade into an ecclesiastical cape on Bishop Jörundur's order, and receives a name, a peculiar name, the Queen's gift. So this indicates that this piece of clothing was one of a kind piece of clothing. It was exceptional, extraordinary, unique, a unique piece of clothing. And if we came to the Queen's gift, the Drottningar Neuter, we can see that this syntagm is very interesting from linguistic and also rhetoric point of view, because Neuter bears three different meanings in Old Norse. The first one is comrade or friend, companion, and so on. The second meaning is donor, someone who donates something. And the third and most important meaning is thing donated, so a present, a gift, and so on. And particularly in the third sense of thing donated, neuter occurs often and precisely within the noun syntagm indicating an object donated and the donor of this object in the genitive singular. So neuter, the object, the item, and so on, Drottningar, of the Queen, the object donated by the Queen. And this syntagm is present as formula in Old Norse poetry and prose, and this formula often becomes also a canon in Old Norse poetry. So I haven't investigated deeply the presence of these canons in Old Norse poetry, but an overall, so an overview give me these details. Considering the occurrences of the formulaic syntagm, which can create so fixed compounds, we can realize how the donated things or objects are often something very precious, something unique, from both an economic and a symbolic point of view. A neuter is often is a weapon, a sword, a spear, a helmet, or even a sheep or a ring, for instance. But in some cases, a neuter can also be an article, an item of clothing, such as a dress, gloves, and so on. Often, these scannings also take on an ironic or sarcastic nuance, since they indicate something that is given unwillingly or are extorted. And the best known example of this nuance is the case of the most famous scanning, Andvara Neuter, the Draupnir ring, the ring Draupnir, modern Icelandic, which in the Völsunga saga and in the Eddic poems, Andvari, the dwarf Andvari, delivers to Loki, but not precisely of his own free will. So it is interesting to see or to notice that this formula, neuter plus genitive of the donor, which is very common in poetry and so on, has been used in a historical source, even if we are not able, as far as we know, that this event has occurred, has been this formula has been used to indicate, to designate a real object, a real thing, which was donated by someone to someone else, and probably had a real and unique existence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are very fast.
Yes, I was very fast. I hadn't much to say. No,
Thank you. Maybe there are some questions to Valeria.
Yes.
Oh, Megan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Valeria, for a very interesting presentation. Of course, this is something that crosses over with my work, so I find it very interesting. I found your comments on the formula of the kenning that can be ironic or sarcastic nuance interesting, that it takes place in the annals in 1281, around the same time that a new Norwegian law comes into Iceland. So I wonder if you had any comments or reaction to that happening 20 years after Norwegian takeover in that regard.
Oh, well, I haven't investigated this aspect yet, so I wouldn't venture to conclusions of which I am not sure. So I have to deepen my investigation also in this sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe there are some else. There are no comments on Facebook, and in our chat there are thanks to Valerie. And so then if there are no any questions, then we can continue with Megan. And she's from University of Iceland, Megan Korten, with her paper Cargoes of Connection: How Wool Textiles Shaped Icelandic Society Through Medieval Exchange. Please, Megan.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself first because I can't do it once I'm sharing. Is it full screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You probably can see the bottom, but that's okay. We'll just keep going.
Oh, yes, but it's full screen.
Okay. So, I think it's afternoon for you guys. It's still morning for me. Nice to see you. My name is Megan, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Iceland in the Medieval History Department. I want to start by thanking the University of Latvia for hosting this conference, and to Aneta for chairing this session, and to my fellow presenters for sharing the research, and thank you to the audience for joining us today. Today, I'll be exploring how this wool textile called vodmal enabled Icelanders to maintain trade, political, and religious connections with the rest of Europe. There we go. Okay, so my research looks at historical records of wool textiles and their production in approximately the 11th to 15th century in medieval Iceland. It specifically focuses on the cloth called vodmal that was used as money in this period, and thus was an important textile used in international exchange in the local economy. This paper will examine how textile production and trade shaped social and economic structures in medieval Iceland by demonstrating the important role of the wool twill cloth called vodmal, which was a legally regulated commodity currency and the main export good from the 12th to 15th centuries. In doing so, it will highlight the transformative role of vodmal on medieval Icelandic society, that this single commodity good helped create interconnections between local producers, elite power structures, and international cultural exchange, allowing access and integration into broader European mercantile, royal, and church networks. Textiles are not just commodities, but symbols of status, political power, and economic development. So my research uses four main primary sources. First, the Icelandic family sagas, which are a mix of oral history and somewhat fictitious retelling. Second, the later contemporary sagas that record the chaotic 12th and 13th centuries of civil war and religious conflict. This is a period when Iceland became a tributary, a somewhat colony of the Norwegian crown, and moved under the jurisdiction of the International Catholic Church. And there were social changes that needed to be made in order to align with church reforms. Third, it looks at the prescriptive regulations for the production and use of woolen cloth in society in the law codes. Finally, it uses contracts and inventories which record vodmal as currency in these records of property, purchases, marriage arrangements, sumptuary laws, and other records of trade. To set this paper in historical context, Iceland was settled in the early medieval period by Norse people. While coins and minting were developed when the settlers left Norway and the British Isles, metal coins never took hold in Iceland until the modern period, as there is a lack of gold and silver mines, but also it lacked a centralized state of kings or local lords powerful enough to fund minting. Therefore, medieval Iceland adapted a local commodity into currency by using wool from sheep, which was a useful resource in a predominantly pastoral agricultural society. This cloth was accounted in units measured against silver, however, that is 6 ells of vodmal equaling an ounce being the standard value. Icelanders always retained connections to their Scandinavian homelands and also greater travel throughout the European continent, with travelers and merchants frequently sailing in the North Atlantic, and settlers having been noted in the Kingdom of the Rus, mercenaries in the Byzantine armies, and others were active in the courts and armies of many northern European royal kingdoms. Material goods were transported along with people, and this included luxury goods such as silk and precious metals, but also ordinary goods such as flour and wood. In addition, people traveling comes with cultural contact and exchange, and thus ideological innovations in Europe also reached Iceland. And the most significant change happened in the 11th to 12th century with Christianization, and the church developed as an important institution and landowner, but also a center of education. And then it brought along a developing court culture and literature and art that it created. So in this social historical context, one of the main ways that Icelanders would fund their travels abroad was by using this wool cloth vodmal as the funds to pay for their overseas journey, and activity abroad. The cloth would be packed in rolls of specific length or weight of standard quantities. The cloth would then be sold to merchants, mainly to Norwegian and later Hansa merchants in Bergen, who would sell them in Norway or re-export them. But also, these would also be traded in other places in the North Atlantic, such as England and Scotland. Wool was the primary type of textile produced locally until the modern period, with some linen production likely at first. In Iceland, twill was dominant from the 12th to 19th century, with the characteristics of tutu twill and some tabbies, however. These characteristics are unbalanced weaves, a higher warp than weft ratio, more natural colors than dyes, little but inconsistent evidence of finishing stages of fulling, teaseling, and shearing, and it uses the coarse weft of the tog and the finer weft of fell. This wool dominance is likely due to several factors, including adaptation to local environment, which is suited to sheep agriculture with their mountain valley seasonal movements of sheep and a low labor investment with a large rural population. The population demographics is the rural farming society, which is made up of a few rich landowners and many poor working servants who would work for these landowners in exchange for room and board and minimal wages. A third factor is geographical isolation from other markets and towns, and thus linen and other fabric types would need to be imported and thus are more costly and less accessible and likely recycled from elite down to their family members and household members. The final factor is environment and daily activities. Wool was dominant, but at the same time is a fabric type that is suited to the environment and everyday activities of this farm-based society, which for the most part took place outside. Wool clothing could keep workers warm and dry while working in bad weather, while doing farm work, shepherding, fishing, or sailing, but also when traveling the long distances between farms in Iceland by walking or horseback. This is seen in examples from the saga literature, which have people wearing homespun pants while fishing, hunting, and traveling through the mountains, and swimming, among other things. But it is likely that most people use this wool homespun cloth for their daily clothing, and they likely relied on linen imports or finer woven woolen cloth for their clothing that sat next to their skin. For example, Flotstella saga describes a child working in vodmal trousers, plus a shirt, hat, and mittens, which could be comparable to one of the images shown here. He wears these when he's working in the mountains to gather the flock of sheep in preparation for a storm. However, it can also be noted that while this twill cloth was used for clothing and accessories in Iceland for centuries, we also have more remains from more recent centuries that demonstrate its extended use for tents, wall hangings, saddles, bed covers, embroidery, and more, some of which the later types are shown here. So the second point is that Iceland was a newly settled country in the early medieval period, yet it always maintained connections to its European homelands and cultural neighbors, including trade, first on smaller boats with about a 30-ton capacity, and later on larger 120-ton capacity cogs. Vodmal as local money and as export good was important for local leaders. Large estates had the manpower and material means to produce enough cloth beyond their subsistence means to use for export, such as local leaders such as chieftains, religious estates, including monasteries and bishoprics, and royal representatives in the later period, all who would travel the North Atlantic between Iceland and the continent. Vodmal was accumulated and then exported in bulk, and this was more so for larger farmers in estates than average farmers, for whom Vodmal's impact was more of as a measure of value using the economic accounting of daily life, such as a measure of value in smaller or local transactions, such as in dowries or sale of land. So the first example is chieftains. Local leaders relied on export-import trade to attain finer quality clothing material and other luxuries that allowed them to signal their higher status. which subsequently was part of navigating power relationships during the settlement land claiming. This continued as the political realm was divided into administrative regions headed by chieftains who represented their local followers in a nationwide political system, which was also subdivided into local parliaments. In this system, feud was the main way used to settle grievances, first with revenge killings, but in the later period, vodmal was used more for compensation payments to settle these feuds and instead repaid families for their loss instead of an endless cycle of feud. This existed alongside vodmal use as a measure of value and medium of payment in local economic exchange. The second local leader is the church. So from the 12th century onwards, there's a period of large social and cultural change as Iceland transitions from a pagan to Christian society, and formal church institutions emerged as important centers of power. More so from the 13th century, especially as Iceland followed European monastic and church reform movements. The main impact that vodmal had here was the use of vodmal in tithe payments. The institutionalization of the local church is generally marked by the introduction of the two bishoprics in the late 11th and early 12th century, after which a universal tithe is enacted, the first tax in Iceland. In the law, it specifies that the main medium of payment would be in vodmal, among other currencies such as gold and silver, animals, linen, wax, or other fine goods. In this way, the bishops and later the abbots in the monasteries were able to accumulate wealth to build estates, but also buy the necessary imports for services such as silk and wax and wine. But other bishops are also noted as being significant players in the export game as well. For example, after being elected, bishops used tithes to fund their consecration trips. In 1200, Bishop Gudmundur Arason gathered all the vodmal he had accumulated from tithe to travel to the archbishopric in Nidaros, Norway. In 1323, Bishop Lawrence Kalfsson also used vodmal tithes to fund his consecration trip, but it notes that his ship was wrecked and they had to recover and dry the rolls of vodmal and also oil that they had been transporting abroad. The saga also states that the bishop was always active in trade and always owned a minimum stake in at least 3 trade ships in any year. The crown is also or the royal representative in Iceland was also a significant in local power games. In the 13th century, Iceland had experienced a significant civil outbreak, which ended with the country submitting their independence to the Norwegian crown. And after 1245, several Icelanders traveled abroad to the king's court, using vodmal as their travel funds again, to solve their civil conflict issues with King Haakon Hakonarsson to arbitrate. This submission resulted in a new tax being paid to the crown. And here I want to especially note a 5% tax on cargo, known as the sekkigjald or sack fee, which was paid to the royal governor in Iceland, half being kept by him and half being sent to Norway to the king. This was paid in return for the crown ensuring peace and consistent trade to Iceland. The king's agent in Iceland also had first right to purchase vodmal cloth being exported, which were to be sold at a fair price and reflects the king's policy to keep Iceland's revenue for Norway as its tributary. In addition, with the Protestant Reformation occurring in Iceland in the 16th century, the crown gained control of the church's land and took over as the largest landowner in Iceland and received significant income from rent and had first right to cloth exports as well. The third point is concerning cargo in specific. As has been highlighted so far, vodmal was an export good, not only important export good, not only for merchants, but also for Icelandic people to pay for their trips across the Atlantic. Vodmal trade and accumulation of wealth subsequently reinforced the status and authority of the secular and ecclesiastical elite just mentioned, because of the monetary gain and cultural contact that this export trade brought back to medieval Iceland. Education, honor, prestige, religion, travel opportunities across Europe and beyond, material goods, and more. Vodmal was exported as rolls, as shown in the picture below. And it could also be stored in sacks and covered with hides on the ship to protect the cargo during transport. While woolen cloth is technically recoverable if wet, the sagas include several accounts of cloth being dried after a shipwreck, such as the Norwegian merchants who needed to dry their vadmal after a wreck near Hornstrander, and the bishop account noted above. It was always best to cover the vadmal to protect it from the sun, wind, and salt water, hence the hides that covered it. Here's just a map from the World History Encyclopedia showing greater trade in the Hanseatic era in Europe, excuse me. But as always, Iceland is rarely included in a map of Europe, so I added it above. But it shows the connection with Bergen, as Bergen was a key port of trade for Iceland because of its geographic position and social-cultural ties with being a similar Norse being a similar cultural people. The Bergen staple was a key center to and from which varying goods were traded with Icelanders and were done through Norwegian and later, after around 1280, Hanseatic traders. This applies to both bodmal cloth and later fish as the main export good. Trade moved goods and people, but also culture and ideas. Trade gave access to the world of medieval commodity markets and items one could buy in towns and cities of Europe that did not exist in Iceland. Iceland was self-sufficient, but still enjoyed luxury and ordinary imports of flour, foodstuffs, wood, linen and silk, wax, wine, and other religious service needs. Cultural concepts and language also passed, including Latin and the practice of writing, foreign books, art and music, religious practices and institutions with monasticism, cultural innovations such as courtliness, fashions, and literature. This had such a big impact in the fact that sagas are the main source, narrative source for Iceland. This passage of cultural concepts and language is also important for the development of the church as an institution, with young men receiving secular and religious education abroad and returning with libraries, excuse me, and knowledge in philosophy and contemporary literature, for example, which in turn influenced the ideas of the church in religious and secular fashions. In this way, vodmal could be used as a family investment, with the household producing or acquiring vodmal that could be used to pay for a young man's journey abroad in the expectation that he would become a power player in local politics later due to his newly gained personal connections with important men, or would get an important position as a priest in Iceland, or even later bishop in the church, and thereby improving the family's overall position in society. This was seen in the power. Thank you. This was seen in the power of certain families, such as those from the estate of Oddi in the south or the Sturlungar in the west. Both dominated positions of power in the church and local and national politics. For example, in 1233, Sturla Sigurdsson was summoned to Rome after the archbishop demanded he go there for absolution for violence against the bishop. And the Icelandinga saga states that he gathered vodmal to pay for this journey. On this journey, he made connections and alliances with several important people, including the Pope, earls and king in Norway, the king of Denmark, and a bishop in Germany. There are many examples of this in the contemporary sagas, but for the sake of time, we'll just move on to the conclusion. So through this presentation, I have hoped to aim to show how a seemingly ordinary textile played a huge role in the historical and cultural development of medieval Iceland as a key trade good and local source of money. It was a tool used by local, secular, and religious elite to build wealth and power, with church leaders, chieftains, and royal representatives becoming the most powerful people, using vodmal to make power moves in Iceland and to also build social capital with their connections to important people abroad. It was also a key export commodity that functioned to fund travels abroad, which brought in return honor, wealth, alliances, and also material goods that were valued back home in Iceland. Despite being a small isolated island, medieval Icelanders were actively part of the medieval European trade, culture, and politics, largely in part because of the important role of vodmal as cloth commodity currency. So thank you for your attention, and I welcome any comments or questions. And I'm just going to end showing the sources for the pictures I used from the National Museum of Iceland.
Thank you, Megan. There are one comment or suggestion from Eva Andersson regarding to Href. Oh, sorry, my pronunciation. Href Robertsdotter's dissertation. And there are also one question. Maybe it should be good if we read it in loud in voice, because people in record can't read this question to Megan. You said that Vadmal has a characteristic of a higher warp than weft. I assume this implies a warp-faced fabric. Is this a result of the loom's weight? What is the mass of loom weight used? And does this make the cloth more wind repellent? I have only one slightly anecdotal reference about warp-faced fabrics being better at keeping wind from penetrating through the fabric than a weft-faced fabric. I'm interested in this observation as I have long wondered about the Roman weft-faced fabrics and whether this wind and to a similar extent water repellency being part of the motivation in keeping Iron Age textile methods alive even after Britain was conquered. And what is your your
Thank you,
answer?
Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, for the question. In that part, I'm quoting somebody else. I'm quoting Michelle Hauer-Smith's analysis of 2212 textiles in Iceland. I'm not an archaeologist myself, but in terms of the loom weights part, I am not experienced enough to answer that question. But in terms of the wind repellent aspect, that's something I have read from, I think, I want to say Helgi Thorlaksson writes about it as well, about how the dual coat of the Icelandic fleet makes it a more wind repellent fabric, but the warp weft facing is not my wheelhouse, and I don't have an answer for you for that.
Thank you. And now I see that Eva Andersson have a question, please. Switch microphone, please. Okay.
I had done it. It just it was slow. So sorry, lost my. The thing is, first of all, vadmal is a term that is very ambiguous. You're probably aware of that.
Yes.
This relates to the question about the warp-faced weft, because you can study Icelandic remnants, and you of course have survival bias in that also. But the word vadmal was used all over Scandinavia for something that was indigenously produced. But that was not what I'm going to go to. Are you thinking about using the written documents? I mean, you referred to annals and to sagas, but there are so many letters and economic things, and they are all online, the Diplomatarium Norvegicum, and to everybody's joy, they're in Old Norse and not in Latin, which make them possible to read. So I'm just telling you, because I did my PhD on clothing in medieval Norway and Sweden.
Okay.
So I've been going through this. There is so much about the trade of vadmal. So just go there and have fun.
Yes, thank you. I am using it for my PhD thesis, and as you say, the Old Norse is a challenge. Plus, it's not in normalized script either, so it is a great joy to read through. And it
is in modern writing. I mean, so it's not facsimile. It's actually written, so you can actually read it.
Yeah.
And of course, that's not a challenge. The challenge is the Latin.
Yeah, so that's true. Thank you.
So good that you're there, because it's a fun material. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is question from Dilshat Harman. Thank you, Megan, for your most interesting paper. I have two questions. Did they grow flax in Iceland at the time, or did they have to import it? And how the sales of wool could be economically profitable with all the journey costs? Was Icelandic wool highly valued in other countries and sold at a high cost?
Thank you, Dilsha, for those two questions. From my understanding, they grew flax originally when they first settled, but it's difficult to grow in the Icelandic environment, and it was abandoned quite early. So it was better to, I guess, more cost effective to import it. From what little we know about early linen, that's my understanding. And the second part, the sale of wool, it can be economically profitable largely because labor was very, very cheap because of the demographics of Iceland, where you have many people living on a farm, and the farm, to put it crudely, the farm owner owned the profits of their work. So if you had a large enough farm where you could raise enough sheep and have enough workers working for you, and you could make good money on it. And well, it was an era of high volume, low quality cloth trade across Europe. So it was valued, but this is more of a quantity issue. You export a lot of it to get the price. It's not like silk where you can export a little bit and make a large amount of money. So I hope that answers your question.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jane has her hand raised too.
Thank you. And then the last question, Jane Malcolm Davis, please.
I really enjoyed your presentation, Megan, and I've got one very simple question and then a comment. My simple question is on slide 8. You had a really great image of people handling cloth, and let's hope it was Vadmal. I was wondering, do you interpret that as being a man and a woman, a man on the left and a woman on the right?
I don't know if I can answer that question. I have seen it that it is a man and a woman, but in the script, I think it says it's in the image is in a law book manuscript where it talks about measuring using L's, and the script says, "Is it correct?" So it's likely a male evaluator, and whether or not it's a male or female selling it, I think so, but I can't give you a 100% answer to that.
It's a great image. I mean, and even better now you've explained what's going on in it. I'd like to think it's the woman saying to the man, "Is this the right amount I'm paying for?"
Yeah.
My other comment I just wanted to make very quickly is that in a lot of the UK sources that talk about Vadmol, I think there's an assumption, an erroneous assumption, that it's a poor quality because it's often described as homespun, and that's a very difficult term in the period I work in the early modern era. Homespun does not mean coarse, ill-made. It sounds to me that you're elevating Vodmol to a precious commodity. And I'd like to see, if possible, in your publications that you would tackle this problem of Vodmol being described as a low quality cloth. I've certainly seen records that show that it was valued in the UK. It wasn't seen as a poor man's choice.
Thank you. I think also that goes back to your presentation, I think, of difference between modern and past productions of like a low quality for the medieval period is probably a high quality for today. So I don't think it's comparable either. We don't have the skills to produce as they did either.
Okay, we have very short time for once more comment or question for Eva Andersson, please.
Yeah, I would just want to say that Icelandic Vadmal was highly valued in Scandinavia. So, I mean, we did make our own Vadmal because it's homespun, but we also bought one from Iceland. So it definitely was a higher quality thing. if you see translations where you have both the Latin and the Old Norse, they are sometimes using the word burello, which sort of means a coarse cloth, but it doesn't really, I mean, terminology, like kläder we use in Scandinavia. Now it means a very fine wool, then it just meant anything from wool that's imported. So there is a terminology problem, but this is good fabric. This is not something that is cheap. So I'm joining Jane in this also. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting discussion. But now we should move to the next presenter. This is Myred Finnegan from Minos University from Ireland with a presentation Footwear in Late Medieval Ireland. Please, Megan.
Hello. Thank you for accepting my paper, and I'm just going to share my screen now. I hope
Yes.
everyone can see it. Hold on. Can people see it now or
Not yet, but
not yet? Okay.
we can wait a little. Maybe it's not yet.
Screen,
In the
maybe.
bottom there are shares that
Oh yeah, I think
something
is that better now? Can people see it?
something happened. Yes, but maybe you can full screen mode to put.
Is that okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. People can see a full screen?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So my name is Mairead, and I'm a PhD student at Maynooth University. And this paper investigates evidence of footwear in Ireland from the 12th to 16th centuries. Sources ranging from archaeology and visual representations to narrative texts are examined in order to shed light on the various styles of footwear worn throughout late medieval Ireland. Another question this paper will address is how footwear impacted identity. Footwear is worn for the purpose of protecting the feet of the wearer, but this notwithstanding, styles of footwear are often dependent on status, profession, and societal context as well. Although footwear is an important component in dress and attire, it is often overlooked. In studies on dress, clothing, and accessories of the Middle Ages, more emphasis is usually placed on the main garments, including the outer dress or mantle or armour. Yet, footwear plays a crucial role too, as it would have reinforced the display of identity. If a person was of high rank and status, footwear would have been chosen for comfort and quality as well as for luxury. For someone in a labour-intensive profession, heavier and sturdier footwear would have been preferred. Some of the earliest evidence for medieval Irish footwear are surviving specimens that have been found in Irish-led monastic sites, including in Iona in Scotland, which connects religious identity to footwear. Even in written material, whether native texts or foreign accounts, references to a person's footwear or shoes would have been an important means for the medieval audience to read and interpret those who are presented in the text. In the medieval period, excavations prove that leather was the prominent material used to make footwear across Europe. Although the ability of leather to withstand damp conditions is a critical factor in its preservation, its prevalence in the archaeological record is telling. Not only was leather an important component in footwear, it was also used in satchels, handbags, rope, and straps. Another significant use of leather was in the production of vellum to create manuscripts. Due to the many uses of leather, it is not surprising that it survives in different contexts. Much like in Europe, leather in Ireland was produced from cattle, goat, sheep, and deer. Other materials could be used to make footwear, such as silk. However, the popularity of leather was likely helped by the fact that it is relatively easy to prepare, not overly time-consuming, and the material itself is durable. Furthermore, it has been suggested that by the early medieval period, small-scale leatherworking took place in the vicinity of Irish cronogues. The cronogue was a type of fortified dwelling constructed on a lake or a marsh. In an Irish context, this may prove that the production of footwear was often completed locally, at least during the early medieval period. Over the last number of decades, archaeological finds have provided direct evidence of the various types of footwear worn in medieval Ireland, as well as in Western Scotland, a region which has parallels to Ireland in this period due to a shared language and cultural traditions. Remnants of footwear can be found in chance discoveries from bog and wetland areas or from excavations carried out before urban development, but many archaeological finds are from places of known historical interest. The surviving evidence of footwear from monastic and church sites of the early medieval period has shown a similarity to what is depicted in illustrated insular manuscripts from the 8th to 9th centuries. One example are the leather offcuts from shoes discovered north of Relic Oran on the island of Iona in Western Scotland. These offcuts have been dated to 600 to 650 AD by John Barber. According to Barber, the footwear from Iona is similar to the footless stockings the evangelists are depicted as wearing in the Book of Lindisfarne, the Book of Durrell, and the Book of Mulling, amongst others. As these manuscripts are dated from the 7th to 9th centuries, the close similarity between illustrations of the evangelist footwear and some real-life examples shows that the illustrators would have used what was familiar to them instead of always borrowing from typical iconography. This, more specifically, has been subject to a study in an article by Colin Thomas, who argues that footwear contributes to a rhetoric of spiritual identity, particularly as those in insular evangelist portraits seem to be modelled on local and likely prosaic footwear. Thus, Thomas demonstrates that archaeological evidence can correlate with visual representation, and furthermore, how the idea of the travelling preacher impacted religious identity in the medieval insular world. Before delving into surviving specimens of footwear from the late medieval period, it is important to outline how historic footwear is categorised in Ireland. In 1956, A.T. Lucas, an archaeologist, studied the surviving examples of Irish footwear and divided them into 5 types. Examples of some of these types, type 1, 2, and 3 especially, were dated by Lucas to the 6th to 10th centuries, while others, type 4 and 5 more broadly, were dated to the late medieval and early modern period. There is a degree of crossover between the early and late medieval periods, and indeed, some examples of the footwear were not definitively dated. This includes some Type 4 specimens, and interestingly, some Type 4 examples were found in prehistoric contexts. While Lucas's division of Irish footwear is in use to this day, recent archaeological analysis has cast doubt on Lucas's dating of these categories and whether there may be more than 5 types. In Lucas's division of Irish footwear, type 5 is what historically was known as the brogue, a type of footwear viewed as quintessentially Irish in fashion. Type 5 footwear has been dated to the 16th to 17th centuries at the very end of the medieval period and into the early modern period. This is due to a significant discovery in Killeary in County Sligo, where a near complete man's outfit was found. While the find at Killeary resulted in the dating of type 5, other specimens of type 5 have been found elsewhere, suggesting that the brogue was worn across Ireland. During the 16th and 17th centuries, Lucas argued that the type 5 was for the more fashionably attired, who had adopted the built-up shoe. Type 5 footwear usually consisted of 4 parts on the upper part with a rounded tongue on the instep, as well as a heel piece sloping down and 2 fastening flaps. In the 19th century, the term brogue was borrowed into English from Irish, but its meaning is complicated by the fact that the modern type of shoe labelled brogues have only a rudimentary similarity to those worn in the late medieval period. This means that brogues have a longer and more complex history, which is an aspect that will be discussed in the narrative sections of this paper. Based on other excavations in Ireland, such as in the urban centres like Cork, it has been demonstrated that urban Irish footwear was similar to that found from medieval London, which was examined by Francis Grew and Marguerite de Neergad. During the excavations carried out in Cork from 1984 to 2000, low boots were discovered, dating from the early to mid-14th century. Furthermore, in another excavation in Cork at the North Gate, shoes and footwear were the most common type of leather objects. These shoes, however, were turn shoes. As described by Maurice Hurley, who carried out the excavations, turn shoes were made inside out by sewing together two separate pieces of leather, then turned the right way around so that the seam was on the inside. The style of turn shoes was common across medieval Europe, including in Norse clothing for men and women. The evidence points to the fact that urban dwellers were more likely to wear styles of footwear akin to English and European standards. But in regard to surviving rural examples of Irish footwear, it has been argued that they generally follow a similar European style. This leads to the conclusion that while Lucas's categorization of medieval Irish footwear is useful, these categories may be comparable to what has been found in Europe, and that there is less of a distinction than previously thought. The similarity between Irish and European footwear also shows that the styles were mostly consistent for the common people. This has significant implications for how footwear reinforced a person's social identity in this period. I believe there is a correlation between archaeological examples of footwear and visual representations in the early medieval period. However, whether this is as applicable in the late medieval period is less clear. Some scholars, such as Henry McClintock, have commented on the brogues worn by the Irish soldiers in Albrecht Durer's drawing of 5 Irish soldiers from 1521. It is likely that the artist never visited Ireland, but he may have encountered Irish soldiers in Europe, and that may have inspired his work. Upon a closer examination of the 3 soldiers, however, all 3 pairs of footwear differ from the other. One of the soldiers, second from the left in the illustration, is clearly wearing sandals, which have no similarity to the type 5 categorized by Lucas as the footwear known as brogues. The man third from right in the illustration is wearing footwear that most closely resembles a category of native Irish footwear, which is Lucas's type 2. The flap of type 2 footwear could be cut to a triangle, and this is the case in Durer's illustration, although in most examples of type 2 footwear, there is an instep tongue rather than a cross strap. The one known exception was found in the bog in County Tyrone, and this may demonstrate that the man illustrated by Durer is wearing footwear comparable to some archaeological specimens. Further evidence is that type 2 is widely distributed throughout Ireland, so there is a greater likelihood of this footwear being associated with the Irish. Yet, it cannot be claimed definitively that Durer's drawing is an accurate representation of Irish footwear. Durer might be providing an impression of Irish footwear with a degree of artistic license rather than a faithful depiction. There are few examples of representations of the Irish by the Irish themselves. During the early medieval period, apart from a few exceptions, insular manuscripts depict biblical or religious figures. One non-religious example is from the 8th century Book of Kells, in which a soldier is illustrated as barefoot. In the late medieval period, Irish manuscript illustrations are less frequent, especially in Gaelic sources. In the context of Anglo-Norman Ireland, there are a few manuscript illustrations that shed light on what Anglo-Norman communities in Ireland wore. One such illustration is from the late 14th century Charter Roll of Waterford, where the mayor of Waterford is shown. The mayor of Waterford's footwear resembles a popular European style known as the poulon, in which the toe was elongated to an exaggerated degree. From excavations undertaken in London, poulon were found and dated to the late 14th century. Poulon were a style of footwear for men and appear to be part of high-status attire. The fact that the mayor of Waterford is wearing such a type suggests that English and European styles were known in Ireland, and perhaps this was a sense of identity that the mayor of Waterford wished to project for himself. Since there are a few examples of footwear illustrated in Ireland, visual representations from foreign sources are invaluable. While it is important to acknowledge that there are biases in such representations, they remain as a useful tool in order to understand how Irish identity was perceived abroad. One example is from Lucas de Eyre. It's similar to Durer. De Eyre is likely to never have travelled to Ireland. McClintock believed that de Eyre was basing his depictions of the Irish on earlier, possibly French sources. De Eyre states that his illustrations depict how the Irish were dressed during the reign of Henry VIII, which means that while the illustrations are dated to 1575, they are from a source no later than 1547. In one of his illustrations from a manuscript, that is housed in the Library of Ghent University in Belgium, he shows a group of 4 Irish people, a woman, 2 men, and a child. They are all barefoot. By the 16th century, there may have been a change in attitude towards barefootedness in Ireland. Towards the end of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, foreign visual representations typically depict the Irish as barefoot. While it is possible to argue that the biases of these representations are to be considered, there is also evidence to conclude that barefootedness had become a tradition or habit by segments of Irish society by this period. Visual representations of the Irish by foreign observers are telling of English and European perceptions of Irish identity. At a time where Irishmen were commonly soldiering abroad, it is not surprising that it is often soldiers who are depicted. Their attire is typically presented as somewhat dishevelled, but showing the hallmarks of Irishness, which includes saffron-dyed clothing and distinctive hairstyles. Evidence of Irish footwear from visual representation presents footwear, or the lack of it, as a significant part of Irish identity, regardless of whether that identity is based on nationality, status, or profession. In foreign sources, there is a greater preoccupation of the attire reflecting. Oh, sorry, I skipped my line. These sources might be more telling of how Irish identity was viewed by the non-Irish than by the Irish themselves, especially when considering how soldiers are prominent in such depictions. In the few illustrations that were produced in Ireland, or at least by a person more familiar with the region, the focus is usually on high-status individuals. In Irish narrative texts, references to footwear and shoes are a common feature when describing the attire of a character, and much like Irish visual representations, they tend to focus on the elite of society. Descriptions of a person's garments and accessories in Irish medieval literature can be elaborate or brief, but either way, it would have been an important means for the audience of such tales to read and interpret the character. Often the scribe of narrative text delivers his description of a character's attire using a head-to-toe approach. This means that the reader's and audience's attention spans the length of the character's clothing as well as their body. In Irish texts, the 3 most frequent used Irish words for footwear are cuaran, asa, and brogue. These words are still in use in the Irish language, but brogue is the standard word for shoe. The exact meanings of these terms has developed over time. In Old Irish, brogue seems to refer to a part of the trews or breeches called a breek. The breek is where the trews extended beyond the leg to cover the foot. According to Mairead Dunleavy, brogue is most likely a borrowing from Old Norse broch. Therefore, it may have been the Norse who were responsible for introducing this style to Ireland in the 10th century. Before the arrival of the Norse in Ireland, the wearing of trews seems to have been confined to soldiers in the lower classes. Once the Norse arrived and settled, some fashions, like the brogue, became in demand for higher status individuals. As this demonstrates, translators of medieval Irish texts are faced with the challenge of how precisely to translate footwear-related words. For example, whether the cuaran is best translated as shoe or sock has received little consensus, and translations of separate texts will assert differently. Cuaran means sandal in modern Irish. In Old Irish, its translation is not as clear. In his study of Old Irish poetry, Kuno Meyer translates the adjective form of cuaran, cuaranach, as sandal wearer. Other attestations of cuaran, including some that were translated by Meyer as well, describe the word as meaning a shoe made of untanned leather or as a sock and not any type of shoe at all. The
3
specific
minutes
meaning...
left.
Okay, thank you. The specific meaning of sock was later used by Eleanor Knott in a translation of a separate text, but possibly because of Meyer's influence. Since cuaran seems to definitively mean sandal in modern Irish, Translators might argue that the same meaning was carried from Old Irish into its current usage. This is a possibility, but as was demonstrated with brogue, words changed their meaning over time. Okay. In comparison with brogue and couronne, assa is a style of footwear which has significant associations with the Irish elite. An example of this is found in the 11th to 12th century text Tochmarc Becula, or the Wooing of Becula, where Becula is introduced as a well-dressed stranger to Dermot mac Éada Sléine, king of Tara, in the 7th century. Becula's quality of clothing and accessory marks her as high status. One example of this is found where Becula's footwear is described as melassa findruna, translated as rounded sandals of white bronze. Of note is the word melassa, a compound word comprising of mal, meaning bare, bald, blunt or convex, and assa. As Becula's footwear are further described as findruna, white bronze, it makes clear that she is a person of high rank. While Becula is imagined as wearing luxurious footwear, the question of whether this was a reality for the elite of Irish society remains. In a European context, gilded shoes were part of a show and tell of wealth and luxury for the affluent and influential. The fact that Irish narrative texts use phrases and words that indicate gilded or studded footwear, such as Becula's white bronze sandals, findruna, suggests that there was an awareness of what was worn elsewhere in Europe. Gilded footwear might be an exoticism in an Irish context, but it provides an identity for those who are referenced as wearing such items of dress. To conclude, while this paper has examined footwear in late medieval Ireland through the lens of archaeology, visual representations, and narrative texts, there is more to explore. In the medieval period, styles of footwear could be chosen for comfort, durability, and other reasons besides. And these reasons were often connected with the identity of the wearer, as I hope this paper showed. In order to develop a better understanding of this topic, however, footwear needs to be situated within the broader context of medieval attire. While footwear is a vital case study and one that deserves more attention, it is crucial to place it within the framework of medieval Irish attire as a whole. This is a topic my research continues to explore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. And you have questions questions for Dilshat Harman. I would be very careful with Durer's drawing. Not only he could copy it from other sources, but he also was known for depicting imaginary costumes. Also, he designed his own shoes. So maybe in representing Irish shoes, he took even more license.
Oh yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. And I think there is, if I'm misremembering, I think that possibly he also depicted Highlanders, Scottish Highlanders, and I think there is a degree of similarity between the Highlanders and the Irish. But yeah, I think in the context of Highlanders, people have questioned whether that's accurate to what they were wearing in Scotland. So I would agree with that entirely, that artistic license was definitely employed.
Some more question maybe or comments? No, in Facebook there are no. So maybe there are no any questions, then we could move. Thank you. From Schuster. Okay, this is not.
Can I just say a word?
Yeah.
I am recording from my computer, so I cannot raise the hand, and that's a little bit difficult. Yeah. Thank you so much for the presentation. I enjoyed it very much, and I'm a great fan of researching historical footwear. I have done that a little bit myself, and maybe there are some things that we could sort of join forces and see how it works from this area and yours. There can be some similarities, probably not. So we could have a look at that. And at least I can say that, for example, the German ruling classes in Riga produced sumptuary laws, including footwear, up to the 18th century, I think. So it was quite an important topic. So yeah, but there are many other things I could add also. But yeah, I would probably write to you in person.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Enjoyed it very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for your question and replica. So, and now we should start our last presentation in this section before coffee break. This was Dilshat Harman from Georg August University in Göttingen. Imagined Livonians, Dürer's costume watercolors in 1521 in context, please.
Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you very much for having me at this amazing conference. And I am enjoying this very much, this range perspective of views on clothing and textiles. And after Jane Malcolm Davis' paper, I was immediately thinking, how can I put craft in this research too? So a lot of things to think about. I think I shared my presentation now. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So as you can see, the title is Imagined Livonians, Dürer's Costume Watercolors of 1521 in Context. And this title reflects the necessity always to put the depictions of costume in context in order to understand if they are reliable sources of information. And if not, what do they communicate about the costume anyway? So the watercolors in question are these 3 sheets of so-called Livonian women, dated 1521, and now kept in Louvre. During Dürer's lifetime, they were part of his personal collection, then bought by his friend Willibald Pirkheimer, inherited by his son-in-law Willibald Imhoff, sold to Emperor Rudolf II after 1588, and finally sold or maybe illegally transferred to France during the Napoleonic Wars. I will come to the details of these drawings in a few minutes, but first I would like to point out some problems we face in studying them. So I came to research these drawings in the frame of my project, supported by Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, Constructing Early Modern Identities. Dress in Albrecht Dürer's works, which focuses on how images of costume and art are involved in the formation of early modern identities and help us to understand these identities. And in examining them, I would like to answer the following questions. How reliable are these representations for the history of costume, and was their authenticity a priority for the artist? How do they relate to the geographical projects of the German humanists of the 15th and 16th centuries? And how and why were these drawings used and changed in Trachtenbücher or costume books of the late 16th and early 17th centuries? So let's look at these drawings in detail. The first, as you see, represents the 3 ladies in fur cloaks. 2 of them have oversized, almost grotesque collars and diamond-shaped collars or headdresses. The 3rd woman's cloak is shorter, her collar is more proportionate, and her headdress is different from the others, looking like a tall jeweled tower with protruding parts. The inscription reads, "So the mighty go in Livland," and in the Imhoff family catalogue of 1588, it is described as 2 little pictures of women, how the mighty ladies go in Iceland, which is a misreading of Dürer's inscription. As a result of this error, the women were taken to be inhabitants of Iceland until 1931, when Nikolaus Busch from Riga read the inscription correctly. The next drawing shows 2 common Livonian women by which Dürer most probably meant wives of merchants, of craftsmen, and their costumes, short cloaks and longer dresses lined with ermine, are similar to the costume of the 3rd woman in the previous drawing, but the headdresses are different. And the inscription says, "In Livland, the common folk goes so." Not very informative. Finally, the 3rd drawing shows a rich Livonian lady whose cloak is longer, which is a sign of status throughout Europe at the time, as excessive length symbolized their unnecessary use of material, and is made of various types of fur, with a high fur collar similar to that of the 1st drawing. She wears a jeweled headdress in the same lozenge shape as ladies on the 1st drawing, a girdle dress, a decorated shirt, a purse, and rosary beads. The inscription says this time, "So go the rich ladies in Livland," and in the Willibald Imhoff's catalogue, it's a little bit changed and says that how the noble ladies go in Iceland, of course. So these drawings have long attracted the attention of scholars who have been unable to agree on either their origin or their purpose. Müller in 1918 suggested that they were completely fantastic and that Dürer had made them up for the participants in some carnival in Antwerp. Flechsig thought it likely that Dürer had seen the women in Icelandic costumes in Antwerp, possibly in the retinue of the Danish king Christian, and Busch suggested that Dürer himself had gone to Livonia in 1521 and made his drawings there based on his own observations. Winkler and Panofsky did not believe that Dürer had seen real Livonian women and thought it more likely that he made these drawings by copying some early examples. Later, in her first analysis, real analysis of the costumes, in these drawings, Ursula Mende noted that they bore some resemblance to North German costumes, but the details were exaggerated. She also suggested that the artist probably based his drawings on some paintings and prints. Jean-Michel Massing combined the hypothesis of fantastic costumes and direct observation, suggesting that Dürer may have seen women in fantastic Livonian dress during the great annual Assumption procession of 1520 in Antwerp, where, in his words, boys and maidens most finely and splendidly dressed in the costumes of many lands, representing various saints. These are the words of Dürer himself. This is his entry in the Netherlands diary. So 4 years ago, Sarvana Sayogi and Heidrun Langekraft summarized these hypotheses in their articles for the catalogue of the exhibition Dürer's Journeys and suggested that it is now known for sure that Dürer could not have gone to Livonia, otherwise nothing is certain. In my opinion, Dürer's drawings clearly show that he based them on other drawings, prints, or even painted panels, but could have hardly seen them, the Livonian women, directly, as the way he depicted the details of the costume shows. So, what were Dürer's sources? Not necessarily Livonian. Some costume parallels can be found in the art produced in Danzig, now Gdańsk in Poland, at that time a Prussian Hanseatic city whose merchants visited Antwerp and with whose inhabitants Dürer, according to his Netherlands diary, communicated. The so-called Danzig diptych, which you see now at this slide, painted by Michael of Augsburg around 1518, is particularly revealing in this respect. This panel ended up in Nuremberg, but later, and Dürer couldn't have known about it. However, he may have seen similar works from this region. This diptych with an unclear iconographic program features costumes rarely or never seen in other works of art from this place and time. On the outside, there is a middle-aged man with an unidentified coat of arms, and on the inside are two scenes with women, one in a church and the other in a banqueting hall. If we compare the rich Livonian or noble Livonian lady with two girls in the banqueting hall, we could see that, like them, she has a voluminous purse attached to her belt. It's here, and their belts is here. And not on the side of her dress, as we see in southern German examples of the period, including Dürer's own, but in the middle of the dress. And the type of belt is also similar. At the same time, Dürer's lady's purse is not as richly decorated and doesn't hang as low as that of the Danzig girls. In addition, yes, you can see the details here of the girdles and of the purses. And of course, the girls have rosary beads like her, but they are wearing them around their waist and then hanging low, and Dürer's lady just holding the rosary beads in her hands. And in addition, the three large buttons on which the Livonian lady's shirt is buttoned bear some resemblance to the recurring motif of three round pearl buttons on several girls and women in the banquet hall. But in the exception of these details, small oak leaves, which will also be seen on another drawing. Another parallel is the manner in which the mantles of Livonian and Danzig women are decorated, with two white strips of fur or embroidery on either side of the cloak. In the Danzig diptychon and other works made in northern Germany, an example in Hamburg and Stralsund, example here, you can see it in 10 Commandments panel, this type of the mantle. And here in the Hamburg Stadtrecht on 1497, and also on the later drawing by Melchior Lorck representing 10 women of Stralsund, And on all these examples, it is clear that the high collar of the cloak, which protected against the harsh sea winds, was traditional for these regions. And unfortunately, this kind of exaggerated collar is nowhere to be seen, so we could think that Dürer exaggerated it, making a little bit like grotesque detail, not like a real one. Still, you can see the smaller collars on all these examples. And this wasn't usual for other parts of Germany, of German-speaking regions. One thing also that may or may not be a coincidence is a high collar in the portrait of Hans Pfafferoth, the merchant from Danzig who also traveled to Livonia. This portrait was made by Dürer in Antwerp in 1520, just before a costume watercolor. Such a high, stiff collar wasn't fashionable at the time for men's clothing, and it is unique in the portraits of other men that Dürer drew during his journey. So it is possible that he generally associated this detail, a high collar, with the Prussian and Livonian regions. So we know that this is Hans Pfafferoth because of the inscription, which says Hans Pfafferoth from Danzig, 1520, a strong man, and we know that he communicated with Hans Pfafferoth also from Dürer's diary. The headdress of the smaller woman in the drawing with the three ladies can also be interpreted in terms of parallels with other German costumes, not just those from northern Germany. It looks like a small tower made up of three elements, two filigree crowns with protruding elements, and a floral wreath in between, with white and pink flowers. Such high headdresses, with or without flower wreaths, were characteristic of bridal crowns in the German-speaking area. Young girls in the Danzig Dipikon on the right wear high gold-woven hats over their loose hair, which could also be a sign of their bridal status. Married women had to cover their hair completely, and young girls who were not yet brides usually wore only headbands. The Dürer's small woman hair are seen under the headdress, which is a further sign of her transitional bridal status. She is not a very young girl, but still not a married woman. And high bridal crowns were worn in Hamburg, like you see here, in the same manuscript of Stadtrecht Hamburg, 1497, and even in Nuremberg itself, although the earliest depictions date only from the end of the 16th century. Here's a portrait of a known woman from the Tucher family in the bridal crown of the 17th century. Headdress of one of the common Livonian women can also be interpreted as a bridal one. First of all, we can see her hair underneath here. And secondly, we can compare her with another girl in the Danzig Diptychon. This one, who's standing with her back to us, but her headdress clearly shows two rows of golden leaves, similar to the oak leaves of this Livonian woman and to the oak leaves which attach to the buttons of the rich Livonian woman. And over this appears looking for parallels for such a headdress. I found it in an unexpected place. Bridal crown from Thuringia, earliest survived examples are from 17th century, is in centerpiece extremely reminiscent of the headdresses depicted by Dürer and Michael from Augsburg. And Thuringia is, of course, far from Livonia, far from Danzig. It's more or less near to Nuremberg, but we know for sure that Dürer never visited this region. So this may be just a coincidence, but a very strange one. I need to think more about it. If we go back to this image, we can see that over this element with golden leaves, the Livonian woman is wearing the brown hat. And this could have been done for extra warmth, as another woman on the same sheet also wears a brown hat over her white, partly pleated veil of the married woman. In this fashion, the hat or the veil can be also seen in the Danzig Diptychon. With so many parallels, it was impossible for me, however, to find anything similar to the lozenge-shaped element in the costume of Dürer's Livonian women. It is represented by the mast in two different colors, gold and purple, as flexible here on the right and rigid on the left, and in combination with other elements such as crown here. Sorry, I lost it. Here, the crown, or bonnet here. And the closest parallel is a headdress of one of the women in the church in the Danzig diptych. The outline of a stiff, almost flat headdress can be seen under the white cloth. However, it is not lozenge-shaped. This element of dress and the variety of its forms in Dürer's depictions of Livonian women seems to indicate that he based his costume depictions at least in part on textual descriptions, which could have been either oral or written. In my opinion, Dürer most likely created a composite image of the woman from northern region of Livonia, which at the time included Estonia, modern Estonia, and Latvia, combining in it some details he could have seen in the works of art from Prussia with descriptions of the merchants who actually went to Livonia. Judging from the pictures, he wanted to show not only women from different social circles, noble and merchant, but also women in different stages of life, married women and brides. What is important, that they are definitely wearing German costumes, but with some exotic details, such as a lozenge hat and practical differences, fur, additional hats, and high collars for warmth. Such a free approach to costume and the blending of real and imagined elements wasn't unusual for Dürer. In 1515, he made several studies of court dress for the Emperor Maximilian, acting as his costume designer. And in the same year, for the Emperor's Books of Hours, he depicted an Indian dressed in tupinambo featherwork with a baton. Both the featherwork and the baton are close to reality. We know that Dürer saw objects brought from the Americas, but he had to imagine how they would be worn in real life. Similarly, when he depicted Charlemagne in 1511-13, the artist had access to the cloak and gloves thought to have belonged to the emperor, but he didn't copy them exactly, deviated in details. You can see here that the border depicted by Dürer is wider than the border of the real cloak, and the rhomboid elements are different, and above all, the pattern of the fabric itself is different. Here you can compare it. Dürer makes it more subtle and in keeping with the tastes of his contemporaries. Where information was lacking or the existing garments seemed inadequate, imagination of the artist filled the gap. So if Dürer didn't go to Livonia himself, didn't see Livonian women in Antwerp, why did he make his drawings of their costumes? Was it simply because he found some works of art and tales of merchants interesting? I doubt it, mainly because of the medium he used, watercolor. Throughout his life, Dürer made watercolors of the costumes of various peoples, from the Nurembergians to the Turks. You can see them. And from his contemporaries to the historical figures like Charlemagne and the Irish warriors and peasants, which we already have seen. The last known example is of 1527, when he was very old, and it shows that he really made these watercolors throughout his life. 9 of these survived to the present day, but it is possible that there were more. The artist kept them all in his collection, with the exception of 2 drawings of Turks, they all have explanatory inscriptions. They look very much like preparatory drawings for some projects, such as the costume books, which appeared somewhat later. I suggested Dürer began to produce this type of watercolors under the influence of his humanist friends, notably Konrad Celtis and Willibald Pirkheimer. Celtis, a poet laureate, conceived the publishing project Germania Illustrata at the end of the 15th century, in which various humanists in Germany were to describe the geography and history of their homeland, and after his death, Pirkheimer also encouraged publications on the subject. Livonia was always included in these publications as the northernmost and easternmost part of Germany. It was the area inhabited by semi-wild peoples and civilized by German knights and merchants. Konrad Celtis described Livonia as inhabited by Finnic tribes who, in his opinion, lived almost like animals, and Albert Kranz in his Vandalia stressed the poverty in which the natives lived. Livonia was a German frontier, a place dangerously close to Sarmatia and Moscovia. Dürer, however, doesn't depict these wild and poor people, but shows us in noble and common women the German patricians and the wives of merchants and craftsmen living in towns like Riga or Revel. He is not interested in the costumes of the people who lived there before and after the Germans arrived, but in how German customs and fashions changed in a remote area. If he were to publish it as an illustration for a geographical humanist work, it would illustrate the diversity of German customs, not of some wild Livonian tribes, as he understood the people who lived there. And the same approach was used in Hans Weigel's Book of Costumes, published in Nuremberg in 1577. The author used Dürer's drawings, which were still in the Imhoff collection at the time, as samples for his representations of Livonian women. They are included in the first part of his book with the other German women, but at the end of the section with the Silesian and Bohemians. As you can see, Weigel divided the sheet with 3 women into 2 parts, leaving only one of the 2 common women. He also changed the rhombic headdress of one of the women, turning it into a pointed head. It's here. But otherwise, he was faithful to the details. The inscriptions in Weigel's book are not very informative, but it is interesting that one of the women from the sheet with 3 women is simply referred to as another woman and used as an example of the strange customs in different countries. To other women from the same sheet, the married one and the bride are identified as a powerful lady and her daughter. Jost
3 minutes
Ammann,
left.
3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay, so Jost Ammann took a different approach in his Frauentrachtenbuch, published 9 years later in Frankfurt. Firstly, he left only 3 Livonian women, turning the common bride into a patrician woman, and the bride from the sheet with 3 women into the inhabitant of Moscovia. Secondly, he changed the collar of the noble woman, turning it into a kind of head extension and making other collars smaller and more proportionate. And the inscriptions are more detailed, making fun of Livonian costumes. For example, he says, "We laugh at her when we see her in such clothing, but it is respectable in Livonia." Or he compares the headdress of this woman with a well-tipped pot and this dress with the mummery, so to say, carnival. And this process of minimization reached its climax in Cesare Vecellio's book, published in Venice in 1590. And you can see there are only 3 women left. Their lozenge headdress is totally unidentifiable anymore. It looks like a high-pointed head with some white brim of fur. And one of the common woman, bride, is turned into the Swedish bride and has an additional crown over her headdress. So if I have not very much time, so I'll show just one last image from the Abraham de Bruyne book. I was very glad to see it behind many members in the conference here. This is alternative Livonian women, and they have no similarity with Dürer, so maybe there was another source. Only one element is similar. These are the buttons with oak leaves, and it could be the evidence that both Dürer and the Abraham de Bruyne artist, they used some common source, but used some different details from this source on Livonia. Okay, this one I will leave out and go to the conclusion. So we can say that Dürer's drawings of Livonian women cannot be considered a reliable source of information. It has already been established that he did not visit Livonia, and in Antwerp he couldn't have seen either noble or common Livonian women. Most probably, as Ursula Mendy has suggested, he used a variety of sources. He not only copied from various sources, but also added details from the accounts of those who had actually traveled to Livonia. These drawings should not be seen as separate phenomenon provoked by interesting drawings, engravings, or paintings seen by the master during his journey, but as a part of Dürer's ongoing interest in the costumes of different peoples and his possible participation in the German humanist projects of the 15th and 16th centuries, which sought to clarify the history and geography of Germany. And Livonia was a crucial region in this context, as it was perceived by the humanists of the time as the northernmost and easternmost part of Germany, only partly civilized. And finally, in the costume books of the 16th and 17th centuries, these drawings were not only used uncritically, but also were mixed up. The comments that the authors added to the drawings based on Dürer's motives suggest that such fashions were a source of amazement and fun, and in Vecellio's case explained by the conditions of life in Livonia, a very cold region. As for the place of these drawings in the books, Livonian women may have been placed alongside other inhabitants of remote areas of Germany, for example, Silesia, or alongside more savage people such as the Muscovites. There is also a tendency to make the costumes even more exotic. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm very eager to hear the comments, especially from Latvian colleagues who could have some more information about Livonian sources, artifactual sources, and I chose this picture to finish this presentation because, imaginary or not, it is clear that Dürer always was thinking about how these costumes were worn. And you can see this in this small detail, the pin which connects two parts of the veil. So he was thinking, or he has seen it maybe on other source, and he represented it, because this is the wearability, this is the practicality, which he was also very interested in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And there is one question on chat and a very similar question on Facebook. Do the oak leaves on the headdress have a particular meaning, significance? And the same question are from other person in Facebook.
Yes, it is very hard to say. I have yet to research these questions. Normally, the oak is considered as a very German tree, but I need to see if it was so in Dürer's time. And I know that oak has maybe oak has some specific meaning for Latvian people too, or not. Is there a possibility? Do you use this symbolics?
Absolutely. It's the most important tree in the mythology of the local people. Yes.
I only can say that if we compare these oak leaves on this bridal crown with the Altenburger Home from Thuringia, there the leaves are different. And the fact that Dürer used these oak leaves twice, it means that he is somehow connected with Livonia, and it also is used in Abraham de Bruyne's book. So I think this comes from Livonia, from some unidentified Livonian source on which they both base their depictions. That has to be researched more. I have never seen such a detail in representations of other Germanic costumes of the time. This is for sure. So it's specifically Livonian in Dürer's mind, at least.
Oh, it's very interesting.
I would like to add, that we are very thankful from all the Baltic researchers that you covered this topic, because we have these, we are aware of these illustrations, and it's really, really good to hear your perspective. And I think for at least to me, I will need a little bit of time to chew on this, and then I probably could come with some comments back to you via email or something. And there's also a publication from 1936 where there was a researcher who gathered all the Vecello's album and all the others that he knew of, and maybe I could copy that and send that to you. It's in Latvian, but probably you can try to use some kind of modern AI and have a look at it.
Yes, thank you very much. That would be very nice from you and very helpful, because yes, I can translate with nowadays technologies from Latvian, but it's hard to find specific literature, because even if when you don't know what to look for in Latvian, you can't find it. It's sometimes the same in German.
Yes.
Because you just don't know where to look. And I think that maybe in Latvian there are some publications which could be more revealing, because I looked at the German sources and German parallels, but the Livonian or the Latvian or maybe Estonian ones, they could also exist, but not known, disconnected from this tradition, unfortunately.
Thank you. There is comment from Rina, but maybe Rina, you could.
Yes, I am from Estonia, and I have struggled with these depictions several times during my research, and there is really difficult to find clear connections with archaeological material, for example, because I'm an archaeologist. But I agree with you, and I think it was very interesting and systematic overview about this topic. And I would be really interested in a publication. Actually, I thought to give this topic to a student as a research topic, but now I can see that it's done. So I'm really interested in publication on this topic. And maybe I can suggest something from Estonia. I must see.
Yes, that would be really great. And let's keep in touch and think what we can do together about it, because maybe you really have some more facts, these artifacts or archaeological finds. No. Yes, I understand that this period is like too late or too early. Yes. So we don't have
No.
much archaeological and not
No,
no.
it's not just similar to this picture. It's different.
Okay.
Archaeological material is different. We haven't found these leaves, for example, or only the rosemary is somehow we can connect, or it has been connected with archaeological material, but otherwise, no.
I think that these leaves are too material to be an imagination. The lozenge-shaped headdress, yes, because he was clearly struggling with that. Once it's flexible, other time it's rigid, and he just did not know. Maybe he heard something about strange headdresses and he depicted it, but the oak leaves he must have seen. So maybe some pictorial source. Okay.
There are one comment from Natalie Boncholi. Thank you very much. I am working on my PhD dissertation about the clothing with which the first professors and students of the University of Vienna during and from the 17th century have been buried. They found several funeral crowns in male graves with flowers and leaves made out metal wire, but I don't recall seeing oak leaves represented there.
Yes, this is the most interesting thing. Totenkrone and bridal crowns and funeral crowns were still used in Germany till the beginning of 20th century in rural regions. And I also haven't seen anywhere the oak leaves. Thank you for this comment.
And there is one short question
We have them in the folkloric material that you are adorned with leaves that are making some sound. So they have to be made from metal or something like that.
Yeah.
But
yes, I think it's a common idea.
Yeah, I have to chew on this, and I would like to cooperate more.
Thank you. I will be looking forward to have a message from you then.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are one short question from Natalie. Are you working with Julie Eberhardt?
That I think the question for Natalie.
Sorry, it's me. Yeah, it's me commenting on what Natalia has said.
Yeah.
Okay.
I enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you. I enjoyed you too very much. I'm thinking about it. So.
Thank you. And now we finished the second this section. This is very, very interesting. And now is time for break again. And we should return back in. Oh, sorry, I just look on our schedule. There is coffee break, and we should be back at 12 o'clock. Not at 2 o'clock. It's correct?
Yes, correct. 2 o'clock local time. That's in 15 minutes. Thank you, all the speakers. Excellent session.
Session. It's my honor to chair this session. After the three speakers, we'll conclude the day with a brief moment for some concluding thoughts, and I can invite all the audience and speakers today to reflect on some excellent topics and points raised today. And if I'm not mistaken, Christina is not able to join us right now. She had a family emergency. If she returns on time, we'll squeeze her in at the end. Otherwise, there'll be some more time for discussion. But first, then we have Cecilia Neer from the Department of History at Uppsala University in Sweden. She'll be speaking to us about the use of fabric materials and their qualities to signal rank and position at the Swedish royal court of the Vasa dynasty in the 16th century. Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you for letting me speak at this conference. It has been a very good day. So I'll try to share my PowerPoint. And you now see it in full screen.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Perfect. I'm just moving the toolbar around so that I can also see it. So let's start. Well, in this paper, I will attempt to explain how material in clothing might have worked as a means to distinguish between different groups of people at the Swedish royal court. I will use fur as an example to do this. The information on the use of fur has been drawn from inventories and accounts from the court's storerooms for fur and from inventories from the wardrobes of members of the royal family. It covers the period circa 1540 to 1580. Since there are very few Swedish portraits from the period, I will also be using images from other northern and western European regions to exemplify the fur mentioned in the Swedish sources. This is the period of the early Vasa dynasty in Sweden, which covers the reign of Gustavus Vasa and his sons Erik XIV and Johan III. Today, we often use brands and labels of clothing to position ourselves and others, and many of us do not have the knowledge to judge the quality of the materials in clothing. In 16th century Sweden, the economy was still primarily based on payment in kind, and the wages of the employees at court included material for clothing. In this economic system, material literacy was a vital skill to be able to make and receive material transactions. I want to argue that this meant that a larger part of the population were able to judge and place material quality, and that materials were therefore actively used to make social distance visible. To be able to discuss how the use of fur differed between individuals in a shared setting, we need to start by considering what features were used when judging a material's quality. The inventory lists from the stores of furs usually show what could be called a material value perspective. They are starting with the highest valued items and ending with ones with the lowest value. Materials in this case do not just refer to the price of items, but also to how they were ranked when used. The inventory of the storerooms of furs in 1554 listed the furs marked in red, all commonly used for clothing. They differ from larger skins like wolf, lynx, and fox to smaller ones like ermine and squirrel. The only imported skins used for dress at the Swedish court were sable, which came from Russia, and Romany budge, which were lambskins from Spain and Italy. Squirrel fur was the most common. This was known as greiverk. They are listed in thousands every year and were counted in timbers, a timber being a bundle of 40 skins. The skins listed in the accounts are categorized in relation to several parameters, which together describe their appearance and overall quality. The most common factors being the density and evenness of the coat, the color, and the patterning. These factors indirectly relate to the time of year when the animal was caught, showing that the winter fur were higher valued than the summer fur. The overall quality is often ranked in 4 or 5 categories, described as first choice, second best, good, pausable, and simple. Lynx was, for example, categorized according to the density of the fur, whether it had a more gray or red shade, and in relation to the spottiness on the back and belly. Marten was categorized according to the color of the back and belly. The darker ones with yellow gorge were the most highly valued, whereas lighter coats or a white gorge was lower ranked. Squirrel was divided into 3 different categories with different names. Klockverk being the best quality, samfång a middle quality, and dalskinn the lowest. Klockverk and samfång both came in darker and lighter variations. Dalskinn were always the red summer coat. Since the fleece has different properties in different parts, appropriate qualities needed to be assembled before they were used. In the accounts of 1554, there is an instruction of how the skins are to be divided. This shows that the skins were divided into various qualities from different parts of the fleece, and that these differed between the species. Skins from larger animals with long legs were generally divided into more categories than smaller ones. A lynx was, for example, divided into 8 different categories. Backs, bellies, passorter and artilioner, I think that is front and back legs. Front and back paws, neck, and what's called avsned, that are the small leftover pieces. From a marten or sable, the highest valued part was the gorge, the fur from the chest. In smaller animals, like squirrels, the fleece was usually divided just into the back and belly, and sometimes also into paws and tails, but that's very unusual. The separate categories of fur were sewn together into larger areas of more even quality, as we are doing today in fur trade. These qualities had different uses in the garments. If all the properties of quality are applied, grey work, that squirrel, resulted in 20 different qualities, while lynx resulted in more than 220 different qualities. Most garments were not lined and edged with the same quality throughout. Different qualities of the same species could instead be used so that the better fur was shown on the outside of a garment and used to line the front pieces, and with lower quality fur lining the back pieces and the sleeves. The deliveries of fur for lining garment therefore often contained skins of different qualities, as in the lynx fur for a gown for Eric XIV in 1563, with 3 different qualities for the same gown. Different species could also be combined in the same garment. A delivery of 6 new black velvet doublets for Queen Katarina Stenbock and the Vasa princesses in 1555 specify yellow marten gorge for the front pieces, the lapels and the edgings of the sleeves, fair marten skins for the back pieces, and clockwork bellies to line the sleeves. In this case, the marten gorge is chosen for of the parts to be seen, the fair marten skins for the backs, which won't be seen, and the clockwork bellies, which is the cheapest skin, for the inside of the sleeves. If we look at the use of fur in the male royal wardrobe, we can see that lynx, sable, marten, and black fox, dark fur, are usually used to line the fashionable garments, and those are primarily gowns and cloaks. There are also a few fur garments, such as fur gowns, sleeves, and caps, which have fur both on the outside and inside. These are often made with a combination of wolfskin and wolverine, wolfskin on the outside and wolverine as a lining. In the wardrobe, there are also undergarments with fur linings, such as camisoles, that are under doublets, lined with squirrel fur, and stomachers lined with swan skin. The female garments used by the royalties were usually lined with lighter, more flexible fur from smaller animals. Marten and ermine was used for the outside of the fashionable garments, such as gowns, cloaks, cassocks, and doublets, while klockverk, the first choice squirrel, was usually used as linings, and beaver was only used as edgings. The deliveries of furs for wages and gifts show that the furs used by men below the royals can be ranked on a scale from the ones used by the elite to those used by commoners. I've divided them into 3 different groups to make it easier to talk about them. The high-ranking furs, the middle-range furs, and the simple furs. Depending on who you were, your wardrobe would have contained a combination of furs on this scale. If we compare the king's and princes' fur-lined garments, with the deliveries to others at court, we can see that there are relatively few deliveries of the most high-ranking fur to men outside the royal family. When these appear, they are primarily given to relatives of the royals or to men married into the royal family, sometimes to foreign regents or noblemen, and in very few occasions to a physician, a clergyman, or a high-ranking official. The middle-range furs include cross fox, Arctic fox, swanskin, wolf, red fox, wolverine, European mink, and otter. Cross fox and Arctic fox were parts of the wardrobes of serving men in higher positions, as the king's master mason and Prince Sigismund's tutor. Combinations of wolf and red fox were used by men with important offices in the treasury, chancery, chambers, kitchen, and stable, but also by the king's tailor and tapestry weavers. Men positioned below these were often given only red fox for gowns or jackets, and wolverine, European mink, or otter for their caps. Hare, sheepskin, and sealskin belonged to the simplest furs. They were only delivered as parts of the yearly wages, often to individuals with more practical work of lower status and organizationally subordinate to those in the middle group. Hare was a common fur given to some of the clerks and some of the men and boys working in the chambers of the king and queen, as a complement to mid-range fur. This was also given to the guards, to craftsmen, musicians, and barber surgeons who worked within the court, and to hunters and fishermen working for the court. Sealskin was used for young men working in the stables, armory, with the hunting dogs, and with the horse guards, often for jackets. And sheepskin was only seldom used for men's garments. The difference appears more clearly if we compare the outer fur-lined garments for men from different groups. The king did in 1574 have 10 fur-lined gowns. These were lined with sable, lynx, and black fox. Junker Karl Bjelke, a young nobleman at his court, did in 1572 receive 4 red fox skins and 16 skins of cross fox to line a long gown. That is a lower range fur than the king, but he receives more of the higher range cross fox than the lower range red fox. In 1574, the master mason at Uppsala Castle did for his gown receive 4 skins of cross fox and 16 skins of red fox. That is the same species as the nobleman, but he got a considerably lower amount of the high-ranging fur. The deputy steward of a kitchen had in 1572 only red fox skins for his gown. The groom of a chambers did not get fur for a gown, only red fox skins for a jacket, which didn't need as much fur. These deliveries show that the fur received followed the rank and position of the receivers. In women's dress, the differences lay to some extent in the species used, but also to a high extent in the qualities used, how these were combined, and where in the garment they were used. The most high-ranking furs for women clothing were marten, ermine, and clockwerk, the first choice squirrel, and beaver. These furs were used by the women of a royal family. They do sometimes turn up as gifts to close relatives, as for the men's garments, as the queen's sister Ebba, and to noble women, and they are sometimes given to the maidens of the queen and princesses. The fur of the middle group was predominantly samfång, the second choice squirrel. This was the most usual fur used by the maidens at court, and also used by women and titled wives, that is, serving women in a higher position, in their cases in combination with simpler fur. It was in some cases also used above and below these ranks. As with clockwerk, the darker fur seems to have been more desirable than the lighter one, and used accordingly. The third group of furs includes dalskinn, the red summer coat of a squirrel, sheepskin, and lambskin. These were almost exclusively used by wives and maids, that is, the women in the serving positions. I want to give some examples of how these differences would have appeared in similar types of garments. In a doublet for Queen Katarina was in 1553 an ermine lining in the bodice, grave work bellies in the sleeves, and the type here is not specified, and a collar and sleeve edgings of marten gorge. Of two petticoats made for the queen in 1560, one was made out of fair clockwork backs and the other of fair clockwork bellies.
Cecilia, you have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. The maidens, the maiden Ingrid was one out of several maidens at court who did in 1553 receive fur to line a doublet. She received gravework backs for the bodies and gravework bellies for the sleeves. She did the same year receive a petticoat from gravework backs. The quality is not specified this time, but she did some years later receive dalskinn backs for her petticoat, the lower range fur. The queen's women thus got gravework for their linings, but no high-ranking fur for edgings. Karin Torsdotter is one of several working women who in 1553 are listed under the heading Wives and Maids and received fur to line a doublet. She received 8 samfång backs and 40 dalskinn bellies. She was thus given a larger amount of a low-quality grey work and some middle-range skins, probably for the collar and edgings. She did the same year receive 6.5 sheepskins for a petticoat. So these examples show that although the same fur-lined garments were used in all social groups, there was a clear difference between the species and quality used. To conclude, what we see in these examples from the Swedish royal court is that fur in dress would have been a visible marker showing the position of a wearer. There was a difference in use of fur that separated the royal family and their close relatives from their entourage and from the men and women serving on different positions at court. This was marked by the material supplied for their clothing and visible if you knew the codes. The difference were marked by the species used, the parts of a fleece used, in which garment this was placed, where in the garment it was used, how it was combined with other furs, and the combination of fur and fabric in the wardrobe as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia, very much. Just going to check the chat for questions. There's one from Dilshat. Thank you for presentation. Did you also analyze which furs were represented in the portraits of the period? If yes, does the situation correspond to documentary sources, or are there some unexpected results?
I have not yet had a lot of time to do this, and in Sweden we have very few portraits from this period, which means that it's very quickly done. But since the dark fur is thought of as the most precious. And there are quite a lot of portraits, if you look at European sources, with dark fur. It's hard to say exactly which kind of fur, of dark fur, is in those images. It's much more easy to actually see the fur of the Martin Gorge, for example, as were in some of examples here, and fox fur, red fox fur, and lynx fur, for example. And I would, well, with lynx, for example, I would definitely say that it does mirror high rank. There are very high-ranking people who do have that in their portraits. But I don't know if you remember the last image I had. There are two really well done portraits of two persons, but if you look at their fur, you can see that they are really different ranking from their fur. I don't know if I actually did answer the question. I hope I was at least touching on what you wrote.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. There's a question from Facebook from Alona. She asked what is meant by black cat.
Oh, yes. I did take that out of a presentation since I didn't think I would have time for it. During the 7 Years' War, that is in the 7 Years Nordic War, that is in the 1560s in Scandinavia and around the Baltic Sea, the king sent out privateers. And the privateers took furs and a lot of other things from Russian ships. And one of the things that they took from Russian ships was a large party of black catskin. And I'm not sure exactly what that means, because that is something we are not using in Scandinavia otherwise. But during some years, the king didn't really know what to do with all these black catskins. So he used those for the really low-ranking people at court. But I would be extremely interested to know if somebody knows more about use of black catskins in other parts of Europe and what it might mean.
Thank you. Yeah, in the Icelandic sources much earlier, we see catskins exported too, but I don't know any references for black. I have only seen white catskins, but yeah. There's a question also from Yeva. She asks about the swan skin. Did it include the feathers as well?
Probably not. I have until yesterday never seen what swan skin might have meant, but we had a seminar yesterday with Lisa Foley, who had a 20th century example of swan skin being used, and that had only the down, not the actual feathers on it, but was really, really fine.
Thank you. Ava has a question as well.
Let's see if I manage this time. Not so much a question as a comment. I'm really interested in the types of fox furs, and I find it interesting that you see it among the higher ranks here, because if you go into 17th century Stockholm, there are extremely common among the burghers, I mean, both merchants and artisans, to have clothing lined with fox fur. It's basically everybody has it. So I think, is this a sort of diminishing the value of the fox, or is it just different types of fox? Any ideas?
Sorry for interrupting you.
Go on.
I would say that it's the second one. It's different types of fox, or the fox with different types of coat. So it's not actually a different species. But at the time, they did think this was different species, and that's why they separated them in the inventories. So, for example, the black fox, that's just fox with a very dark skin, and those were more used by high-ranking people. Also, the cross fox, as mentioned here, was also used for more high-ranking people, while the red fox, as you're saying, were the very common fur. So you're totally right.
Great, thank you. We've run out of time for questions, but there will be time at the end. Thank you very much, Ms. Cecilia, for this. It's very interesting. So next up, we have Natalia Skornikova from the National Technical University of Ukraine. She will be speaking to us about the processes of the life cycle of clothing through a microhistory of the early modern costume. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Now I need presentation, yeah. Maybe this. Yeah?
Yeah, I can see it. It's not full screen, but that's okay if you're just going to slide through it.
Not full screen? Oh, strange. Okay, but you can see all these pictures.
Yeah. You'll just have to scroll through it.
Okay, thank
you. It's fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today I would like to present a report on the topic reusing, recycling, disposal, the life cycle of clothing in the early modern period. And next slide, you can see next slide?
Yes, it's good.
Oh, great. So I am slightly nervous, sorry, but this is my first configuration. Sorry for this.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Each element of clothing in the early modern period had its own story. Both textiles and jewelry followed a similar life cycle. Creation, use with associated care, cleaning, washing, repair, and finally an endpoint where the object exited the historical stage for various reasons. Today, I attempt to generalize and structure all the processes of reusing garments and accessories for different social strata on the early modern period. Particular attention is paid to the processes that took place in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And I would be very grateful if you could complete my research and point out any points that I have missed. Not only jewelry, but also clothing held significant value in the period. This was primarily due to the high cost of fabrics, which were natural and produced not in factories, but in more artisanal settings. In the realities of the 16th and 17th centuries, the work of a tailor could be several times cheaper than the cost of the materials. Wool, linen, and silk could last for years with proper care. Even rich clients, if their measurements changed, preferred to give their clothes to a tailor for alteration, like this green silk doublet. Tailors played a crucial role in repairing worn clothing, patching holes, and replacing damaged parts. This extended the garment's lifespan considerably, and yet sooner or later, the moment came when the owner parted with their belongings. If this happened during the lifetime of the clothing owner, there could be several reasons. It was common for those in power to give clothing as gifts. The cost of clothing relative to wages was much higher in Tudor times than today. This combined with the intrinsic value of elite fabrics rendered them incredibly valuable. Indeed, to gift clothing was a recognized royal virtue and displayed the qualities of patronage, generosity, and charity admired in a Renaissance prince, like this very great Buxton altar cloth that people think there may be part of Elizabeth I's dress, this piece of altar cloth. Now. Another common practice among the aristocracy was donating to the church, like these pieces. For example, much jewelry from the 17th and 18th centuries has been preserved as votive gifts to churches, offered in thanks for a healing or some other miracle. Furthermore, churches and convents readily used the silks they received from the gifts of grand ladies to create garments for both clergy and religious statues of the Christ child, the Virgin Mary, and saints. Especially I like these priest cloaks with these details, very lovely details. As for cheaper clothing, used items were passed on the servants as wages. In this case, we were talking about simple garments made of linen and wool without expensive trimmings or decorations. Plus, garments were a source of ready cash in times of crisis. Flippers of pawnbrokers were happy to extend loans against pledges clothes which were not redeemed by repayment of a loan became available for purchase as second-hand goods. At all levels of society, the market for used clothing was huge. There was no shame in wearing clothes originally made for someone else. Even the aristocracy did it. So it was normal for that period. The story of clothing and accessories after the death of the owner could be more varied. If we were talking about the royal wardrobe, then in England most of it passed into the possession of the new king or queen. For example, this can be seen with the garments of Elizabeth I. Court dressmakers altered some of her old robes for the new queen, Anne of Denmark. Additionally, records show the Earl of Dunbar, the head of the Great Wardrobe, was instructed to sell a significant part of Elizabeth's wardrobe to gain cash. When Queen Anne died in 1619, her property was also sold off, suggesting this was a common practice for the period. All these items, along with almost all royal belongings, were sold in the Commonwealth sale of 1649, following the execution of Charles I. Regarding the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Agnieszka Bender has traced two examples of how jewelry was reused. For instance, the ruby shell from Bona Sforza's coronet was passed on to her stepdaughter Jadwiga Jagiellon, and then mounted in a casket from her dowry. The links of Queen Bona's gold chain were sewn onto the coronation dress of her daughter Anna Jagiellon. The everyday clothes of the ruler were usually given to his personal retainers after his death, as happened, for instance, after the death of King Stephen Bathory in 1589. However, if the donated item was too expensive for its new owner to afford, it was most often sold. Traveler Thomas Platter observed a similar custom in England, sorry. When eminent nobles or knights die, their best clothes are given to their servants. However, since it is not appropriate for the servants to wear such clothes, they sell them to actors for a small sum. Most often, clothes were inherited by relatives. It's normal. But even in this case, not everyone who inherited clothes wore them themselves. Sometimes men left clothes for women or vice versa, obviously expecting them to be remade or sold. For example, in 1596, Lutsk noble in Lutsk, this town in Ukraine, Lutsk noble Andrzej Rychitsky bequeathed his Delia to his young daughter. In the will, he indicated that when his daughter grew up, a dress would be sewn for her from this Delia. Delia, it's like in this picture, this clothing looks like. Very often, wills included clothing items that were transferred to the church after the owner's death. Like in the owner's life, in the owner's death, the church was a normal story for this period. For the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, such an item could be a silver belt called obręcz. And Gutkowska-Rychlewska also notes that women's veils called rantuchs were often given to churches after the owner's death, where they were used as altar covers. Abbesses might also use rantuchs, these veils, to cover their shoulders during the Holy Thursday ceremony. This custom is the reason why several rantuchs from the 16th and 17th centuries have survived these days, like these rantuchs from Krakow National Museum. We have clothes made from valuable fabric were passed down from generation to generation. When they became completely unfashionable, they were often donated to a church or monastery. There they were given a new life by being made into priestly vestments. Women's brocade dresses. Brocade, kuntushas. Kuntushas, it's like men's Ukrainian clothing. And even luxurious Slutsk belts were used to sew chasubles. Slutsk belts, this chasuble is made from Slutsk belts. And we have traced the different stories of the transfer of clothing and accessories to new owners, their storage or reuse in an unchange from their alteration and repurposing. But where in the end did things disappear? When they completely lost their appearance or when they went out of fashion? In grave art, okay, yes, but not only. These two dresses from Ukraine, it's Ukrainian findings from gravers, but linen was worn until completely worn out, remade for children, and finally torn into rags or diapers. It was also used as toilet paper, or could be sold to rag pickers to be recycled into paper. Also worn linen and woolen items could be used as insulation during construction. A sensation discovery was made in 2008 at Lemberg Castle, Germany, where the remains of medieval linen shirts, panties, and even two dresses made of wool were found in the ceiling between the floors. These great findings from Lemberg Castle. People often burn clothes made from fabrics with metallic threads to obtain gold or silver. It's normal. And even those belts, I tell about these belts, this obręcz in Ukrainian document, or obruch, this belt, even those belts that were bequeathed to churches in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were later bought by Jews in the 19th century to be melted down, according to Jakub Golowatsky. I don't know if it was true or false, but this write Jakub Golowatsky in 19th century. This was reality of that times. The lifetime practices of transferring garments to a new owner were in many ways similar to posthumous traditions, but there are more variations in the latter. When transferred to the church, for example, the chain of changing owner for clothes and jewelry seems to have been shorter than outside the church. Belongings that ended up in the church had a better chance of being preserved in the 20th century, albeit in a modified form. The realities of the early modern period were such that, due to their cost, textiles were used until they were completely worn out. Intact and unaltered wardrobe items that have survived to our time are therefore a rarity. So this was conclusions. I don't remember about this slide. This was conclusions about all this. And thank you very much for your attention. I would be very grateful if you could complete my research. This only the first maybe first month I think about these problems. And if you complete my research and some point out any points that I have missed, so thank you for your attention, and sorry for my slightly nervous English. Sorry for this.
No, thank you, Natalia. You did great. I found that very interesting. I think you brought an important perspective to the conference too about how clothing and jewelry and accessories are not from one, it's not static, right? It's dynamic, and they change, and the context of them change, and also that we have a very different perspective of fabric today, where it's disposable but very different in the past. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
can open the floor to questions. I see some activity in the chat. Yeah, they said thank you, it's been very interesting, but I can open the floor. If you want to stop sharing your screen,
Yeah.
we can
I try to stop.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, stop share.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. There's a comment on the Facebook Live too from Leah saying, wonderful presentation. Alterations and reuse are so undervalued. And Ava says in the chat too, I don't know enough about Ukrainian manners of dress, but I really enjoyed learning more. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Cecilia has a question for you.
Well, this is partly a question and partly just a remark. I have been looking at documentary sources primarily from the Swedish Royal Court, which has shows a lot of what they were doing to housekeep with resources, and reusing was one part of that. So a lot of the things that you have described here through objects can actually be seen in how they give things to people, as you were talking about, how they reuse things into new ones. But one of the things that I've ended up thinking is that most of these actions, when you take them all together, it's a kind of householding with your resources. And I feel that at least here in Scandinavia in the 16th century, they did not even think about it as a reuse in the terms that we are using today. They used other ways of talking about circulating material. So this has made me think a lot about if they did actually even think of reuse, or if they were more thinking about use with all of these actions they were doing. And one of the interesting things that I've seen is that they are taking things apart which were not worn out at all, because they found a better use for the material. So they took things apart to reuse material which was still in what we would have said usable clothing. But it was really interesting to see your presentation, and I would love to speak more about this sometime.
Thank you so much for
Thank
this.
you.
Jane, you're up next.
I just wanted to really say the same thing as Cece, but in relation to UK sources, where there's clear what the word they use in English in the 16th century is translating. So a petticoat is translated into a coat for a child, and that I think maybe encompasses what Cece's suggesting, which is that reuse is not really in their vocabulary. It's their material literacy of their clothing actually is different from how we see recycling and reusing. It is indeed use, and from our earlier speaker who talked about textiles having power, that these items continued to have use, and I would argue that that was also power in the sense that they could still be used when they are huge investments relative to how we understand clothes today. So they were worth re-employing, or as I say, translating. So I do have lots of examples of that where one garment is turned into another, either for the same person or for a different person.
Great. Thank you so much. I love your books. I love your books very much. Thank you for your work and your books. And
well, thank you for the advert.
There were first books maybe yours in my research, maybe 20 years ago. Oh, no, 15 years ago maybe.
So do you have the latest one? Unashamed.
No, not this. I have the Tudor Taylor and small books like brochures. Yeah.
Well, we must get one of these to you then. Let me know your address and I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a question from Ava as well.
Yeah, what Jane said and what Sissy said really made me think about, because then, I mean, first of all, we don't reuse things a lot. I do, but most people don't. But also that we tend to see things as permanent. But if we're talking about the translation that Jane mentioned, it means a very different way of seeing it. And that also rhymes, of course, with the fact that the material is the expensive part of it. But that these items of clothing, they are just for a short while being this, and then they will become something else. And I haven't really thought about that, because the lower class clothing I mostly studied, they don't really do that. They're more like turning clothes and things like that. But I really have to think about this, because it's a very, very different concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this.
There's also a comment from Jennifer in the chat saying reusing and remaking are great points to discuss. I'll always reclaim my hand-spun yarn in projects that are worn out, but I can still use good parts of the yarn in a new project. It could be a good way to help tackle textile waste in the 21st century and broaden that discussion.
Megan,
I muted
you
myself,
just
sorry,
muted
yeah.
yourself, yeah.
Yeah. We have time for maybe a quick question yet. We have another minute before we're up to the next speaker. Any last comments?
I would like to have a comment. Like, first of all, I'm really happy that our conference can serve a new researcher to present for the first time. That's an honor, and we are happy to have you here, Natalia. And the second thing is that I was also thinking about what you have been discussing here now, and I come from like my childhood. We still experienced that people were remaking and resewing clothes, and that's how we called it. So we didn't call it like, yeah, why was it standing there not used? We should reuse it or resew it or re-knit it. So that's how it functioned. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you all. We'll move on to the last speaker, because I don't think Christina is here. So Rena, you are up next. Last but not least, Rina is from the University of Tartu in Estonia. Today she's going to speak to us about 17th century Rebiver bog body and its costume. And she'll compare this costume against later folk costumes to show a transformation in Estonian rural textile production in the 17th century. Rina, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello from my side. I'm really happy to be here, and it has been really an interesting conference. I'm really happy. I am honored to be the last one in the first day. It's always a difficult position, but I try to do my best. And today I will introduce you one specific find.
Sorry, Rina,
yes.
are you able to make your, oh, perfect. Yeah, now it's full screen. You're good.
And can you also see the movement?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So I won't waste your time, and I will start with the presentation. A fully clothed body of a woman was found during peat cutting in Rabivere Bog in northern Estonia in 1936. The well-preserved mummified body gave the peat cutters fear that they were dealing with the victim of some recent crime or accident. After removing clothing, I don't know why they did that, they notified local police. This story is very similar to many other discoveries of bog bodies. It shortly came out that for this moment, the body has been laid there already for some 200 years. Based Swedish coin from 1667 found with the body. The find dates back to the end of the 17th century. The body was transported to the University of Tartu Forensic Medicine Institute, and it was reburied in an anonymous grave after a brief examination. There are not many documents or reports research considering textiles, so it is hard actually to contextualize all these finds, but I could use report of a local policeman and a report of the archaeologist Erik Light, who visited the site, and also the photos made during the pathological examination. But fortunately, it came out that the discovery created much publicity, and numerous newspapers published more stories about the extraordinary find, and also the research results. They had some kind of peer events and meetings, and the pathologists introduced their research results to the wider audience. And the found woman was immediately associated with folk tales told by local inhabitants, and she was introduced as the victim of marital quarrel. It was a story about a married couple with small children living near the bog. The woman often went over the bog to the pub to drink vodka and dance. On night, she disappeared, and it was thought that his husband had killed her. So I translated some of the headlines in the newspapers, and maybe this helps to understand why they are formulated in this way. But summarizing the facts presented in these articles, then based on her teeth, she was approximately 28 or until 32 years old. Her height was estimated to be 155 or 160 centimeters. Pathologists believe that the woman may have met a violent end. 2 marks were found on her neck that were consistent with cord impressions. Thus, it was not an accidental death, but rather a secret burial of a murder victim, or also it is possible that it was a result of traditional behavior of burying extraordinary deaths, for example, suicidal deaths into the swamp. Anyway, the Rabivere bog body has remained the only bog body known from Estonia, or at least studied scientifically in Estonia. Now I will discuss women's dress, today's primary focus. And I will try to find parallels, introduce you to parallels which are mostly from our ethnographic sources from the later period. The garment may have initially initially included a linen item, such as a shirt, which has disappeared because vegetable fibers decompose remarkably faster in the bog environment. But an impression of a balanced tabby fabric on the woman's chin suggests that the texture of a typical linen cloth. Moreover, a small brooch was found on her chest under the woolen upper garments. Probably it was meant for fastening the shirt. The brooch was made of pewter, an alloy of tin and lead that has been also called poor man's silver because it's silverish appearance, and it was cheaper than silver. All preserved clothing items are made of wool. The next layer of the possible linen shirt is a sleeveless short coat fastened with dual leather straps, as you can see on the picture. I haven't found good parallels for this kind of coat. The sleeveless cut and similar standing collar were also used later, but not in the same manner. And also it was in the 17th century, this standing collar was fashionable in the European fashion. But I don't know if this affected this garment. But I stress here that this collar cut is obviously something new in village fashion at that period. So it's fashionable clothing item. Next, she wore a dark-colored, very tight-fitting skirt, sewn of separate cloth banners and with an added waistband. The skirt fragment is circa 70 centimeters long, reaching the middle of the shin bones. According to the written sources, descriptions from the end of the 18th century, it means 100 years later, the wraparound skirts were still widely spread. You can see a typical wraparound skirt. This is a rectangular piece of cloth wrapped around the hips and fixed with a band on the, I don't know, on the right side here from the later period. Hence, so-called tailored skirts with waistbands were still a new fashion at the end of the 17th century. And this Rabivera skirt is the oldest preserved example of this type of skirt in Estonia. So it's again remarkably fashionable in its own time. A notable detail worth highlighting is the mended and worn out appearance of the skirt. I will come back to this topic later. Yes, these are the mended parts highlighted. And on the top, she wore a second overcoat with sleeves. It covered the body slightly over the knee length while unearthed. The cut of this coat corresponds accurately to the coat type common on the Estonian islands until the second half of the 19th century. This means approximately 200 years of being used, the cut was used at least 200 years. The distinctive features of this coat are, first, the wide cut and front part consisting of several cloth pieces. Second, the collar is triangular in front and back, and it has back seam in the middle. The back part has the seam in the middle. And third, the covered sleeves, very simple cut of sleeves, but patterned on the wrist end. And as you can see again on the right, this is an example of a similar clothing item from the middle of the 19th century. According to the ethnographic data, these overcoats were the most festive wear. For example, a coat was an obligatory element for visits, attending church or weddings. and its hems and edges were adorned with both colorful broadcloth strips, mainly red and blue. And adornments. Also, the initial function of the Ravivere coat was festive. Although the main fabric of the coat is undyed, it had been initially adorned similarly to the ethnographic examples mentioned before. The neckline and sleeves ends were lined with strips of bluish twill broadcloth, and in addition, the reddish tabby broadcloth strip was added to the neck opening. The broadcloth is a fine urban product, very different from the local trills. It is made of fine, even wool, and it has opposite spin directions in warp and weft. And the cloth is finished with fulling, napping, and shearing. This is absolutely not common in peasant communities. At the moment of the death of Ravivere woman, the coat's value was degraded, and it was no longer used for festive occasions. In the later stages of usage, the neckline and sleeve ends have been folded and stitched with dark coarse yarn, so that the colorful adornments were no longer visible, which meant that they remained hidden. And I think this is weird and very significant, because they were not removed; they were just they were hidden when the coat wasn't probably anymore a festive item. The garment has been repeatedly patched and mended. The back part of the coat is actually relatively well preserved, but the front, shoulders, and sleeves are excessively worn out and degraded. Maybe this indicates to heavy physical work, for example, carrying wood, or actually I'm not sure. And it is even possible to distinguish different levels of mending that can be interpreted as gradual downcoming. And in the end, just very coarse darning was made, and this darning creates or forms a new fabric. So the original initial fabric has not been preserved, and then it was just mended parts that we can see on the hems, for example. And some of these patches added to this clothing item are again urban textiles, made very differently from the local rural textile craft, and they are probably coming from some kind of sport item or textile. And some of the patches appear to be the remains of another clothing item reused, or some other textile item which was reused, because one of these patches has a seam in the middle of it. So it really shows a gradual and constant reuse of textiles. And the last items are knitted items. Two fragments were found. Actually, there are several smaller fragments belonging to these bigger items. The first mitten is made of coarse and undyed plied yarns, and the wool is visibly hairy. And the second item is finer. The colorful yarns are dyed with imported dye stuffs, indicating again the urban professional craft contacts. For example, the red is dyed with madder, blue is indigo tin-based dye, yes. And the function of the finer object is not sure, because some people or some researchers have thought that this is a fragment of mitten. So it would mean that this woman had several mittens. I don't know how many, because actually we know that she had already a pair of these coarser mittens. but it's also possible that it is sock, ankle length short sock. Even the size is actually enough when the leg was the foot part was small. Maybe in the European system the number 36. And also a few comparable relatively short socks have been preserved in the ethnographic collections. And now I try to conclude some main points. First, almost all these clothing items initially were the highest fashion of the rural population at the end of the 17th century, or in the middle of the 17th century, maybe, thinking about the long life course of these items. The clothing items show traces of gradual downgrade, and over time, the coat and the skirt became ragged pieces of work clothing. Textiles, it means that textiles were highly valued, as somebody has repeatedly tried to mend and use the clothing items really until the last possible moment. The Ravivara clothing items offer the possibility of seeing everyday wear in rural areas of peasant and in the peasant communities, which is very rare in Estonia. Judging by the pewter brooch and these repaired garments, the woman's clothing suggests poverty and hard physical work. She probably wore clothing which other people had already used, so it's a recycling in a community, or I don't know. But for me, this set of clothing items has even broader meaning. Only very few sources about clothing, especially about rural clothing, have been preserved in Estonia from the approximately 15th century until the 18th century. Archaeological remains are known from the earlier periods, and the timeline of ethnographic collection starts in the 18th century. So the Ravivara textiles are exceptional and illustrate the changes in textile technology and rural fashion in the 17th century. And so this set of clothing items is bridging the gap in the research in the sources, in the source materials we have. As you noticed, all woolen fabrics used to make clothing items are coarse due to twills made of uneven wool and single wet spun yarns. The density was also very similar, on average 10 or 7 threads per centimeter. And the warp yarns have been placed more densely than vest yarns. But the selvages are simple, without any reinforcements. And I don't have time to explain all the details, but these textiles show clearly that although the twill weave links it with the previous technological tradition known from archaeological finds, the tool set has changed during the 17th century. So instead of warp-weighted looms, probably horizontal looms, spinning wheels, and carding were spread in the villages. We can see tightening contacts with urban professional textile production. For example, these imported fabrics and foreign dye stuffs and not common technical traits. And also fashion has changed during the 17th century. And this is interesting that we can see direct parallels with later period with ethnographical textiles. This is the first time while studying the archaeological remains, I can really interpret them with the help of ethnographic items. And it seems that something it was some important change in the 17th century, and it has ended by the end of the century because everything is already in this question. But at the same time, these clothing items show also the slowness of fashion, because we still find the same garments approximately 200 years later, and they were still not the same garments, but this type of garments were still used actively. So we can really interpret these clothing items with the help of ethnographic clothing. Thank you. This is it from my side.
Thank you very much, Rina. It was very interesting. It's interesting how something that seems so out of any context, you can get so much information. Yeah, and I like how you ended with the concept of slow fashion too. Thank you.
Yes, I wasn't sure if it's proper to use in this kind of context, but it is slow, and
it's
it is
proper and ironic too, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
So there's a message from Eva in the chat who wants to read about it when you publish this, or if you have already published it. There's people looking forward to reading about this more. And several thanks to you. And also a question from Dilshat. She has a question about the glove. Is it a sign of a cold time of the year when the woman died, or is it a kind of work glove?
I think it's also the cold time of the year. Because I think two coats, although it was quite common actually to wear two coats even in summertime. But I think it's rather cold time, but who knows? It's also a good possibility to interpret it as working return.
Do you mind stopping sharing the screen and then we can see everybody's faces in the gallery? I think Eva has a question or accidental hand raise.
Not a question. I'm just making a thread for sewing.
Oh, yes. Perfect. Is there any other questions from anybody? We have lots of time.
Well, I can probably just comment that I am inclined to think that it is a sock. Well, I have been paying attention to those kinds of socks also in the territory of Latvia, and it looks more like a sock to me than a
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is also my interpretation.
Yeah. Well, we cannot be sure, but it's just, it seems to be that.
But what was technically weird is that this sock is mainly made with normal, so-called normal yarn. It's two single set spun yarns have been plied with this twist, but then it is changing. So at some point in one item, they have changed the yarn. Probably they used maybe some leftovers, or I don't know. It's with the both items you can see. It's usually most of it is knitted with normal yarn, but that occasionally there are some places with weird yarn.
Any other questions? I have a question. The motif on the sock, is that something that's common in Estonia with I think it's like a square rose. Is that something that you kind of only see between that ethnographic sock and the fragment, or is that something you see more often?
I don't know. I think it is a very common pattern. You can see at least in ethnographical collections, and nowadays people are still using ethnographical examples. So it's quite how to say normal pattern for Estonian knitting culture. Yeah.
Thank you. Jane has the question.
I cannot hear you.
You're still muted.
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, have you compared this set of clothing with the Gunnister man?
Yes, I have.
Because it's
There
a
are
very,
similarities.
yeah, and it's kind of interesting to have a man and a woman, and also a range of garments and coins. There are quite a few parallels between them, and I just wonder, there might be quite an interesting story to tell by doing a direct comparison between them.
Yes, I have compared them, and I studied the Kanisterman and Arnishmoorman and other finds from that period thoroughly. And there are some similarities, especially how you are repairing your clothing. You can see actually parallels. Yes, which was weird that they didn't have any contact. But otherwise, I think this coin is very, small coin. Ordinary coin you have it in your pocket. Probably she just had it with her, so it's not very important thing maybe.
Okay, Ava has a question now.
Yeah, was Jane talking about the Gunster man? Have you looked at the Dannike woman? I mean, it's Swedish, it's 17th century. So, and I mean, we were basically the same country in this time. Have you had a look at her costume?
Yes, I have actually. I know the name and I have, but I didn't repeat all this. I didn't look at it before this presentation. So, but I will look at it again.
Good.
So can you maybe hint some parallels already now?
Oh, no, I was just mainly thinking. One thing is that it's believed that the coat is a man's coat, the one that she's wearing. So it's interesting in that way. But
which one, of course,
the one in Dannike, the Dannike coat.
Yes, but I mean, which one? You didn't mean the Rapivere coat?
No.
Okay.
So, but since you only looked at the Dannike ones, otherwise Victoria at the museum in Borås is very knowledgeable and very nice. So if you write to the textile museum there, you can probably get to know more. That's all.
Yes, thank you. And that's true. We were in actually Estonia belongs to Sweden at that time, so it's actually interesting parallel.
Great. Any last questions for Rina? Otherwise, we can transition into the end of day discussion. I want to express my warm gratitude to all our excellent speakers today. Thank you in this session as well. Thank you for some wonderful presentations. It's been interesting to see the wide geographical time and even clothing functions reflected in these presentations. But even despite this big range, there's so many things that we all have in common. And a few of us, you have already said, we need to be more in contact and talk to each other. So it's excellent to see collaboration coming out of this. But I want to open it up to anybody who has any comments in general they want to make or questions that they want to revisit to any of the speakers we had before.
Everyone is probably already tired from the whole day. But anyways, I think that most of the presentations really caused very nice questions and discussions, and I'm very thankful to all the presenters and happy that this conference has got so much attention from you. And I think that this is really inspiring and letting us hope that we can probably really manage to organize it every year from now on. And we can probably, I have been now thinking loud, like we could probably organize like one day in person where we could also invite the speakers to visit some museums and see the originals and so on. And then we can have another day for those who can only join online. So it could be a format that we could discuss, and I would be very happy if there would be people interested. And I can see all the hearts, Megan.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
There's also a comment in the chat from Jennifer that I agree. Thank you for everyone speaking in English. I'm one of the few native English speakers here, for it's easy for me, but it's not easy for many of you to present such excellent presentations in a second or third tongue. Thank you very much.